Huge. What's up, Arctic Wolf? Fluffy, good morning. Hello, hello. Today's gonna be a pretty chill day. It's gonna be like the actual only day. Good morning, Snow Evergreens. Good to see you. It's gonna be the only day, I think, that we're staying in the same town 2 nights. Like the sound of pretty chill? Well, here's the thing. I wanted to go to the Scarecrow Village. But I have work tonight. I have like meetings tonight. I have things like I have people I have to teach, you know? Car is an hour after whatever time you access their website. So it's like, okay, 9 o'clock, maybe. But if I hit traffic getting out of town, or if, you know, we run into anything cool that like, oh, we might want to see. So instead, we're going to hang around Kochi today, because I also wanted to see Kochi Castle. I wanted to see this garden over here that's, Yamagishi-san told me about. So I was like, okay, what I'll do instead is today, but it'll just be like donuts to castle to garden to temple to whatever, maybe the ocean. We walked down to the ocean, and then back up to around this area. And then I stay in this area again. And then tomorrow morning, I made a reservation already. So like we have a reservation from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock for a car tomorrow. I'd like to be back into this part of town at like 7:30 probably. And then probably if I can, I need to see, and maybe I have to stay another night tonight down here. Or I mean tomorrow night. And then Saturday morning, wake up pretty early and take a train out of Kochi to probably like Aki, and then see what we decide to do. And then once we get past the DMV section, the dual mode vehicle, I think we probably, from then on, I think it's just walking. I think everything else we can just walk. Because that still gives us about half the island of just walking. We did a little bit over here, but that gives us from like Hirase to Matsuyama, which would be about half the island. What day will be the DMV day? Probably Sunday or Monday. I need to make a reservation for that because I need to make sure. I'm probably, let's see, what is today? Today's Thursday. Friday, Saturday. I mean, because I think on the weekends it'll probably be booked, but also it may not be because it's not that popular. So, Stella, welcome in. Good morning. I don't know what you were talking about yesterday, but it was definitely Japanese. Yeah. No, yesterday was super cool. He gave us lots of cool stuff. He gave us a shirt. That shirt's like 3,000 yen. He gave us a towel, which they don't even sell. They just like, it's for business people only, or like his employees only. He's definitely in the Sensei Martian Hall of Fame visitor, and he's definitely in the must revisit at some point. I don't know when, but super cool guy, super cool. Follow me on Instagram. I'm whenever I post later, he'll probably repost it, but. All right. Thank you everyone for coming in. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. We're gonna, like I said, today's gonna be a pretty chill day. We're gonna spend the first half hour to an hour drinking coffee and eating donuts. And then we're gonna go to the castle. Or we might do the castle for, well, I don't know, we'll see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I almost killed someone yesterday. Accidentally. I saved them, luckily, but... Their problem. Okay. I already tossed the bed. Let's toss the pillow this time. Nothing down there. There's my water bottle. I don't think anything fell down this way. Here, let's toss this one more time. Nope. Okay. Towels there. Okay, lights off, lights off. Let's go ahead and put... Okay, hold on. Before.はい、ありがとうございました。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。Does this affect it? Let's see. Is there just not enough slack in the water? Okay, are we here? Alright, so yeah. Yesterday, we were on the train. I noticed it starts getting full, so I in-stream. No biggie. I sit next to my bag. But it's not like full. It's not like enough where like there's still like a fair amount of empty seats. I just noticed as we're getting closer to Kochi, this station, that, you know, more people are coming in. Well, we pull up to a station and I'm like, oh, there's a ton of people outside. I need to put my bag up. So I put my bag up in the thing and I push it in, I tuck it in really good. Or so I think. Anyway, these local one-man trains, sometimes they take curves fast or they, you know, whatever. And we hit a curve and my backpack falls and I see it happening, so I'm like drinking. So I kind of see it happening and I'm like, oh shit. So then I was in the process of putting the lid on my drink, half put it on, put the thing in my lap, my tea in my lap. That spills over my shorts and then the bag's falling, about to hit a schoolgirl in the head. And luckily I was able to like kind of grab most of it, and then it kind of lightly hit her shoulder. But had I not caught it, it probably would have hit her in the head, and it probably would have not been comfortable. Ouch. No, luckily what actually happened was not ouch, but it could have been very ouch. I explored this city last night a little bit. When I looked for dinner, there's a ton of, it reminds me a lot of like Toyama or even Miyazaki. There's a ton of like nighttime stuff. Pack is like 19. The pack itself is like 18, yeah, and then the waters too. Pack is like, yeah, 17. Well, I guess probably now it's probably just 18. I usually just say 18. Yeah. Which I think it would have been like if it hit her, it would have deflected a lot of it. It's not like it wouldn't have dropped directly on her head. Anyway, I'm very glad. I panicked a lot. I said sorry a bunch of times. So now I know even if it's troublesome, I need to have the bag like in my lap or near my legs or something like that, because it's just not. Yeah, I was mortified. I was petrified. I was like, oh no. Is there a lot to do in Toyama? Not really. There's a lot of stuff in that area, like, but Toyama itself, I don't think, as far as like super touristy stuff, or like, they do have a couple of cool little museums about like old medicine, but that's about it. I mean, they have some other museums too, but it's like a day trip, maybe a day and a half trip. I don't think it'd be a bad place to live necessarily, because they have a fair amount of stuff, but I think as far as visiting, you're better off going to Kanazawa or Fukui. Nighttime stuff? No, like, not for you. Not for us. I mean, like, pay by the hour services. Even this city, I was pretty surprised. I was walking down this way last night. That's how I found out the Mr. Donut, because I just like happened to walk by it and I was like, oh. But there were a ton of touts. It's kind of, I don't want to say a breath of fresh air, but all the employees out here seem to be, I don't know, I guess it's in the Inaka, it is just like all Japanese staff members. Not all, but the ones outside, versus in Tokyo, it's like a lot of Central African or Eastern European, or, you know, things like that. Not too many Eastern Europeans. It's either typically like Central African or East Asian women. Central African men or East Asian women trying to get you to go to their clubs. Not quite soapy stuff. No, Kabakura, hostesses, girls' bars, those types of things. I didn't see anything last night. And again, I don't go looking for those things either. I usually do a quick zigzag through the towns, kind of see if there's anything that like, oh, I might want to do this. And that's really it. It's a nice bike. Okay, so the castle's west of us. We're gonna go down, I think, the next road. Take a left. I don't want to miss it turning too early or too late. Depends on where you're at. If you're in central, like Shinjuku, Kabukicho, it'll be a lot of the African men. But if you go to like the Seibu Shinjuku side, almost exclusively women. Down that stretch. Like from the kebab place to Shinjuku Station. Hey yo, big palm trees. This is a great downtown area. What's up, man? What's up, JP? Hello, hello. This is my first time to Kochi, and like I said, I was surprised at how many like night businesses there were. Like this whole, from that road up there to down this way, this whole section, and then even a lot down here, and a lot of this shopping road is nighttime businesses. I was very, very, look at that, all roads lead to Mr. Donut. Let's see how busy it is. Not too busy. Donuts, Castle, Park, Temple. Is this Eric Clapton?はい、と飯とブレンドコーヒーお願いします。店内で。
店内でかしこまりました。こちらすべて店内でよろしいでしょうか。
はい
ありがとうございます。オレンジップが3点、ブレンドコーヒーが1点、4点762円になります。ラステンドクのミストドーナツの後にポイントお持ちでしょうか。
ないです。
かしこまりました。 からご提供お願いいたします。
はい。はい、ありがとうございます。はい。We could just sit up here and people watch. Prices are very different from Tokyo prices. Prices are the exact same. There definitely can be. Because I see. Okay, here's another thing though, is that a lot of these cities, their city limits are much bigger than the actual city, if that makes sense. They're the most 80s breakfast you can think of. Cigarettes and coffee. Cocaine. What's up, Miles? Well, let's see real quick. I think it's going to be a little bit cheaper because this is the first time I've been at a Mr. Donut in the morning. Donut is $176. That seems about right. Black coffee and donuts. Oh, but you got the most. Oh, sorry. I thought you said I got the most. You get coffee here. Think Americans eat? Nah, a lot of people think Americans eat like McDonald's every day. You people. Yeah, we don't get donuts all the time. I only start getting donuts when I start buying them myself. I think my mom very rarely bought donuts. Because also in our hometown, if you didn't get donuts by like 6:30, 7 a.m., they were sold out. You people. As if Australians are like that much different. I mean, you guys eat like fucking Vegemite on toast for breakfast. Like, what is Vegemite's? What, fermented beans? I don't even know what Vegemite is. Fermented marmalade? Fermented yeast. Saw Vegemite and cheese on sale. So I'm looking to trying to buy it once or not. Someone gave me Vegemite once. I think I still have that somewhere. They gave it to me like years ago. I haven't opened it. Because I never, like, at that time of my life, I wasn't eating bread very often. I didn't have bread money. See if we lose connection turning this thing around. It's a light spread. You've got to be kidding me. The entire building that's open. I'm gonna have to figure that connection thing out later. Dude, the entire building is open. This guy wants to sit right next to me. I agree. I watched a lot of focaccia videos. How to make focaccia without a bread maker. How to make focaccia, but it's like I don't have a big enough kitchen, or really, I mean I have a big enough oven to make like one batch maybe, but. We think they're cool, maybe. Lots of people watch as well. Here. The Bills store. I don't know how you're getting that because the shutters are closed. I guess you can maybe see the clothing up top. Looks like what are you talking from Ludwig Reeves? I still haven't watched any of those. So beautiful. To see me. Kochi today, ghost town tomorrow. That is, yeah, I've made a reservation for a car tomorrow. Yeah, Donuts Castle, Makino Garden, Chikurinji, and probably finishing up right around. I haven't booked a hotel, but I need to figure that out. Find the cheapest hotel, and then I need to catch up. Oh shit. Actually, this is probably the best thing about Australia. This song. Only. I'm sure some people in Australia really hate this song, but... Head full of zombies. Breakfast. Breakfast. No one hates this song? I think it's like, I've met a few Australians over here that don't like it because they hear it at karaoke and they're like, that's the only song that people know from Australia. But then it's like other Australians singing it, or maybe an American occasionally. He said, "You speak my language." He smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. Australians in Australia don't hate the song. Like I said, I've never met Australians in Australia. I was surprised though, my older brother, not Australia, but Toto was playing in Abu Dhabi, and I guess my older brother went. And for a lot of years, they like refused to play Africa, or they really hated playing Africa. Or the rains down in Africa, I forget the name of the song. And you sent me a video of them playing the rains down in Africa, in Abu Dhabi, which has got to be like a trip. Because to get booked over there, that means probably someone super rich over there is like, I fucking love Toto. Because I'm pretty sure Toto was like a small casino act recently. I mean, like, they probably still do some big stuff here and there, but... Heard it too often. I wouldn't say too often. It's a pretty rare song. I don't sing it because it's like there's certain, even though I know the words and stuff, but it seemed like Iggy Pop. Like I know Iggy Pop, but I just can't get the Iggy Pop voice down. Can't get this voice down. So there's a certain like tone, and then like other stuff like Queen and all that other stuff. Like I know I'm not gonna hit that. So then if like I do get close, then it's fine. Like, it's not the range. Like Queen and stuff is like the range. Journey, Elton John, Billy Joel, those types of things. But this one's like well within my vocal range. It's just I can't get that tone. Yeah. Well, I think everybody sings that one. That's like the only Australian song I can think of. I will say, I think one of the most fun times I've had at karaoke is when there were a bunch of Germans singing 99 Left Balloons in German. Done final? I have no idea what that is. Or who that is. Yeah, I'll see his being him. I was talking to the guy the other day. I wonder if he's in chat. Let me see. There's a guy the other day who got really mad whenever I said Aussies. And he's like, it's Aussies. And I was like, okay, I'm from the States and pretty sure we say it Aussies, but whatever. And he's like, I'm gonna unfollow if you don't say Aussies. And I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. Now I'm gonna exclusively say Aussies for the rest of my life. But no, I was like, sometimes it's Aussies, sometimes it's Aussies. Like, it's not something I consciously think about until you told me that you'll unfollow me if I don't say it Aussies. Because I was like, I've never met an Australian who like gets mad. He's like, say that in Australia, they'll fight you. And I was like, I don't think so. Like, pretty much every Australian I met is pretty chill. Good no gatekeeping words. What's up, Zazo? Hi, Pro. Well, I mean, there are definitely words that they'll probably call you a Yank. Aussie? Aussie? I don't know if I've ever heard it. Aussie. I've heard Aussie. Because who was that guy back in 2001, 2002? There was an Australian guy who won the World Series of Poker. I forget his name. He was from Joe something. And whenever he won, Aussie, 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 he yelled it. He won like, $5, $10 million. I forget how much it was worth back then, but. Aussie, 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 like that, just yelled it. Because after you win that tournament, you're set for, you're not set for life, but you're smart about it, you're just fine. Joe Hatcham, yes, there we go, thank you. I knew it was Joe, but mycologist. Yeah, mushrooms. Mushroom Kingdom, baby. They all agree. It's fungi, that all works. Yahoo, welcome in. Yeah, no, it was someone new. It was a new follower that is like, I'm gonna unfollow if you don't say Aussies. And I was like, I don't care. Like, I don't want to intentionally offend people, but I feel like that's like, if you get offended by that, then brittle spirit, I suppose. Because I think too, I think this is one thing, like Aussies and British people that I've met, like they rib each other. So that's calling someone an Aussie instead of an Aussie is no different than just ribbing someone. Like, yeah, if I got called a Yank, it is what it is. Ironically, I got called a Yankee in school because I said aunt. that one word in my non-southern accent allowed myself to get called a Yankee in Western Oklahoma, despite not sounding anything like a New Englander at all. Get a thick skin in Australia. I occasionally use Z for Z. I've started doing that now in Japan because a lot of people use Z over here. Not like, I guess it's not a lot. I guess it'd be probably about 50-50. Because whenever you talk about Z, because it could be Z, G, T, like depending on how it comes across on the phone. Z, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, Z. 勝浦浜 go to 今日こっちだっけ今日こっち城と牧野公園と竹林寺以上です。明日は名頃村名頃町名頃村多分 Is that a silly? It's not. This is a Deborah. Okay. It's for the spelling of it. Am I gonna get more donuts? How many donuts do you think? You know, we can do that. How many donuts do you think I can eat, chat? And not go into diabetic shock. I'm not diabetic, but Kochi no Miss Donut now. Hi. We've eaten 2 of our 3. Miss Donut. 24? 6? I can easily eat 6. I would probably set the over-under around 9 or 10 donuts. But I'd probably take the over. cheap Japanese chain cafes. Ponde ring? No. Only the goat. I run into that a lot though, like when people talk about the US versus Japan. Like overall the consistency in Japan, like the average is higher, but there's also like a wide range of, you know, like the uppers in Japan, the highs are really, really good. Let my love open the door. Is this the Doors? The Who? I know I said my love open the door. The Who. I'm gonna go with the Who. Coffee in Japan's not good. I think I'm gonna it's location dependent. In most of the kisaten and most of the local places, it's just black coffee. So if you don't like black coffee, yeah. We've been to some, recently kind of these boutique coffee places are coming up where they're importing beans from like all parts of Central America, South America, Southern, Eastern Asia, Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa. I don't know, the Ponde ring are pretty good. They're fua. They're too fua for. I need the honey dip. Okay, so the old fashioned. Here we're gonna go on some donut lore here. The old fashioned donut here, the quote unquote cake donut. While it used to be my favorite, it's pretty dense and occasionally dry. I don't want a dry cake donut where I have to have a drink. The honey dip donuts are consistently like the correct, for me, the correct blending of both firmness and fluffiness and ease to eat. Ponde ring fufu, yeah. The most Pete Townsend was the Who. The Who. He probably wrote it, but it was recorded and published with the Who. Or maybe I got that wrong. Pete Townsend was the Who, but I don't know what who gets credit for the song. Fufu equals fluffy, yeah. Good. I know he had plenty of solo stuff, but for some reason I was thinking that was on a Who album. I could definitely be wrong. I was not alive at that time. I just had to look into the deep lore on the interwebs. Something strong and dark. Apparently no one's had 7 a.m. Ministry of Finance Family Mart coffee. Might as well be drinking tar. That's probably how I got into black coffee, actually. Because before I came to Japan, I almost never drank coffee. I was always like, if I had to do a late night drive, it would be you go to the On-Q or you go to the 7-Eleven and you get like a 44-ounce Mountain Dew, no ice. And then you take a turn, and then because the liquid, you almost fall out of your cup holder. Kaige ni nai no? Misto? Nai desu. Hoka wa Krispy Kreme toka, Dunkin' Donuts toka, Dokaru. So like for my hometown, it's called Daylight Donuts, and I think it's a chain originally based in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but there's a handful of them throughout Oklahoma. Walmart had their own, United had their own. I don't think United does anymore. They couldn't compete with Walmart. United's a very local grocery store in Western Oklahoma. 有名なのいっぱいあるもんね。I've been actually very. This trip is the first Mr. Donut. Where was the last trip we took? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm trying to think. Oh, you know what? No, I've seen. That's what it is. I've seen a lot of Mr. Donuts this trip, but it's been like at 10 p.m. at night when I'm walking to the supermarket, and I'm like, damn, there's a Mr. Donut here. I missed out. I was a little bit disappointed last night at the hotel. I asked them, I said, what's the famous food in Kochi? And the guy's like, fish. And I was like, well, what kind of fish? Like, you're just saying sakana, like, okay, fish is, but like, what's... And he's like, just fish. And I'm like, okay, alright. Most places, they have a specific fish that's like, you know, the more local one. Dunkin' Donuts が有名なのよね。I can ask you if you want. I was just wondering. I was like, it's like I don't mind. I've been eating relatively local food. I know Mr. Donut's not fucking local food, and someone's gonna roast my ass for it, but I've been trying to stop into places that I. Oh shit, Don McLean, American Pie? I wonder if they play the full 8-minute, 32-second version. I bet they play like the 5-minute radio version. I did bad news on the doorstep. One more step. Inside the day, the music time. This is actually probably a song that's within my comfortable range, but I don't want to sing an 8.5-minute song at karaoke. That's an asshole move. 5-6 minutes tops if it's a song that everyone can join in on. Otherwise, stick to 3 to 4 minutes. Unless you're very drunk, in which case rules don't count. Sing your 10-minute ballads. No Freebird? Freebird's long because of the guitar solo. People don't realize that. The singing part is not really... American Pie is like 8.5 minutes of pretty consistent singing. Freebird, it's like a badass solo for a few minutes. Go kick off your shoes. Take those rhythm and blues. Wow. Master of Puppets. Yeah, that's you're listening long songs, but like it's not singing. Master of Puppets has a hella long guitar solo too. We're talking actual like pump those vocal cords, baby. Show us what you got. Because even another one, a lot of people are going to say like Bohemian Rhapsody, which is around 6 minutes. But there's callbacks in that song, so you're not singing consistently. How it used to be. Oh, I saw a very funny meme. For some reason, this reminded me because they said the Pope. They said they were talking about the Pope selection took like 2 days or whatever. So that entry-level job doesn't need a 5th Zoom interview. The music died. Albuquerque, that's a deep cut. Man, that's a deep cut. Holy moly, that's a deep cut. A lot of people don't remember that he did write occasionally some like solo songs. That's like, Albuquerque's like 12 minutes. Oh, this is the radio cut. They cut to the... Yeah, we got the radio edit. Rip Mr. Donut. The Pope had 5 rounds of it. No, the joke was that they chose the Pope in like 2 days. So your entry-level position at XYZ company doesn't require 5 interviews. They were commenting on how the ridiculousness of like a lot of tech companies nowadays are with their interviews. I would imagine not just tech companies. I imagine a lot of companies have ridiculous 5 to 10 I mean, I've had students that it's taken them months to get through interview processes. Which is kind of bananas. I mean, I get it if it's like if you're like a, I don't know, director level and above, sure, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. Your junior analyst number 554, you don't need 10 interviews, you know. With a style, not a song. It reminds me, we were talking about Bo Burnham the other day in Weird Al, and on his inside special, he had it on his whiteboard. It's like Weird Al plus something, I forget what it was, equals Bo. But it also reminds me a little bit of Dimitri Martin. Dimitri Martin was pretty popular. His style is very deadpan. And I don't know, I was listening to one of his old specials, and it's crazy how like, you know, he said the R word a bunch of times in the special. Like, that was normal 20 years ago. Like, nowadays, if you say that, unless you're like... I mean, I guess it's kind of somewhat... I wouldn't say resurging, but I think a lot of people were worried about being canceled, so then no one used it for a long time, and then now some people who are like, I'm uncancelable, or at least not for that. Was it a remote job? Wait, hold on. I had a place out of state that refused to do Zoom interviews. It would have cost nearly $1,000 to fly there for an interview. I quickly declined the status unprofessional fee to apply and decline an interview. That's wild. Buy me a ticket. If they bought you a ticket, maybe, but... Yeah, that's absolute bananas. Even nowadays, I don't think I'll do an initial interview face to face. Yeah. No. I saw it. I realized I didn't read up enough. Thank you for clarifying, though. Remote job not doing a Zoom interview. So I think any job not doing an initial interview on Zoom is a waste of time and money. Unless like the applicant really wants to go in person because for some reason they can't do Zoom interviews. But I think any young person, anyone under the age of like 25 should really be getting used to Zoom interviews. Even really under the age of 30, if we're being honest. Again, unless you're getting interviewed for like a director or manager level, there's nothing that can be deemed that you can't get from a Zoom interview. See with the Pope? Well, that's what underneath the meme they were talking about. Oh, but the Pope was an internal hire, not an external hire. So I was like, okay. But the original meme stands. Like I remember years ago I was applying for a job, and they were like, oh yeah, it's a 3 interview process after the first interview. Like it's a 3 interview process, and then it's like a what's it called? Probation period. And I was like, all right, thanks for your time. I'm not interested. Because it was for like an entry-level teaching thing. For entry-level pay. And it's one thing if the interviews were, but each interview was scheduled like a week apart. So it would have taken 3 weeks to get 3 different interviews. Or I guess 2 additional weeks on top of the interview I was at. But I was like, this is dumb. If it was like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday interview thing, like, hey, can you come in on... But that's annoying too. If it was a follow-up or an offer interview, I would have been on the plane. I know, it's kind of cool. Not responding to companies' BS. Very interesting about this camera. I think what I'm gonna be careful going forward. If I ever have to buy a replacement camera, I think I'll also buy the. I'm usually against like the extended warranty insurance type stuff, but since this is possibly a port problem, then I'd want to make sure I.
Places that try to promotionally pay. Yeah. Well, that's one thing. Like my last company, they paid you by student, and they were really kind of sneaky about some of this stuff too. Which again, live and learn. You know, it be what it be, but extended warranty and insurance would be a good business expense. Well, that's I didn't even think about this. I didn't even think about that initially, but going forward, yes. The good news is this camera is still a good camera, so I've been very happy with it. But I'd have to buy another camera, and then but first off, I need to change out cables. We'll do that today, like later on. See if it's a cable issue. There's one movie that wanted the main character they wanted the main character to like 1 year of unpaid. That's insane. Mouse trackballs probably saved $400 of those warranties. My thing is that with camera stuff especially, it makes sense. And again, up until this point, because it's been a hobby, professional hobby, but still just a hobby, I haven't thought of it. But last year I was talking to my accountant, or like a couple weeks ago I was talking to my accountant about last year's finances, and he asked about stuff like that, and I was like, I didn't even think about that. Haven't had a mouse with a trackball in a long time. Yeah, I haven't had a mouse with a trackball in, jeez, probably middle school, before middle school. Tomorrow's stream will be starting early. I'm going to pick up the car at 8, so I have it for 12 hours. I don't know if we're going to use it for a full 12 hours. I also got the full, normally I don't get the full insurance on rent-a-cars, but tomorrow's supposed to be rainy and stuff, and it's like, since we're driving on the highway quite a bit, we are driving for like 2 hours on the highway, each way. So it's going to be a full day, but I probably will not be looking at chat. I'll maybe find a way to turn on text-to-speech. The mouse is horrible for my wrist doing that type of work. Do they even make mouse ball, like trackpad or rollerball mouses anymore? I would imagine it's incredibly rare. Logitech? Dang, okay, interesting. Whereas I know them as Logicool. Okay, if we get more donuts, then I'm gonna have to. The other brands are really bad quality. Logitech barely lasts 2 years. I do think that we're in an age of things not, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, the good old days, but I do think things are kind of built to break nowadays. Or rather, they aren't built to last. It's a combination of cost versus performance. Like even clothing and stuff, I think is different. I like that red roller bowl. Not sure what they're called. Planned obsolescence. Yeah. Yeah. Kochi. Yeah, we're in Kochi right now. Contemplating if I get more donuts or not. If I get more donuts, I'm not eating lunch. Or this is my lunch, rather. What's up, DG? They almost blew out my knee. That sounds rough. Do the same thing with cars? Yeah. Well, that's another thing I've read about, like a lot of systems becoming so electronic that you really can't do it yourself. Unless you have like specific tools and specific training, which the majority of people, versus like, you know, like even 20 years ago, 10, 20 years ago, I was like changing my own oil or, you know. That's about it. I installed my own radio and I changed my own oil. That's about it. It's Kochi at Chill City. AK Guile, thanks for coming in. Never must go through ways to get new products, to reduce overhead, and reason to reduce quality, so people have to replace more frequently. Yeah. Machines that make the auto parts. Clips Leader 3. Clips Leader 3? It's Kochi at Chill City. We're about to find out. Once we're done here, we'll contemplate. Like I said, I'm thinking. I mean, I could probably polish off another 3 donuts. I could probably polish off another 2 cups of coffee, and that'll power us through the day. How bad quality control is. So many companies straight lie about. Yeah, that's what I mean. Japan's kind of dealing with that now. We're getting a lot of these companies that have said that they had these impeccable records, and then they look into them, and turns out they've been lying about it the entire time. I think Mitsubishi Heavy or Mitsubishi. I don't know if it's Mitsubishi Heavy, but a couple of companies got caught. They were supposed to have like. It was like a refrigeration something. And a lot of their stuff was not right. I mean, a lot of the data was not recorded properly. Anonymous, thank you very, very, very much for the $25. I just see a badge with Clips Leader 3 on it. I'm trying to figure it out. I have no idea. One of those Korea fairies got smacked with that? Yeah. Anonymous, thank you very, very, very much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we'll be on the road tomorrow, so it'll be driving ASMR for 2 hours. I haven't driven by myself in a long time. I don't actually really like driving by myself, but the flexibility, the bus train combo out there costs 3,000 yen each way anyway, so we would have had to like perfectly balance that. So it's like the gift sub / bits leaderboard. Oh, okay, I see. How much is the rental? I got the insurance too, so I think it was right under 7,000 yen for 12 hours. I've recently, I used to get the insurance every single time because I was always worried. And then I rented enough cars where I'm like, I've never been even like, you know, even gotten a scratch from a rock on the thing type of thing. But this time it was like, well, it's rainy, it's by myself. I don't want any like possible drama, because that's another thing too. Is like if you get the full insurance, then you come back with a scratch, they're just like, yeah, we don't care. They got a small scratch type of thing. Always get insurance. I don't know. Isn't the bus train? Yeah, it's like 2 hours 45 minutes or something. 2 hours 50 minutes, depending on where you take it from. But driving up there is going to be 2 hours 20 minutes anyway. I don't know. It depends on where I'm driving. Because the full insurance, it is like the base price was 5,280, and then the insurance is 1,650. So it's an additional 30%, 27%, something like that, 28%. Just for like, I'm worried about. Which the reason they do that is because a lot of Japanese people get that because they don't, like, they're worried about an accident. The reality is almost never happens. Alright, I'm gonna get another cup of coffee. They also have a tomato cheese pie, which I'm curious about. Just let me go to the bathroom real quick too. A lot of paper drivers in Japan as well. Not out here, but yes, in Tokyo for sure. You are correct. Yeah, in Tokyo and stuff, I'd be a little bit more inclined to get insurance maybe, but... Dude, it's like an hour and a half walk to that park. For a 900 yen bus? What? With 100 and... There's gotta be a different way to walk there. Well, that's pretty far, actually. Okay, so try and post this thing.
Restaurants, check a lot of them closed.
Okay. That's posted. Are you watching your own video? Oh, I had to check the audio. I've been trying to put music into it, but if you put it too low, then you can't hear it at all. You put it like even a smidge too high, then it becomes way too loud. So I was having to like try to quietly listen to it without like causing a ruckus. I'm heading to the castle right after this. It's like I think it's like a 10-minute walk from here. We just go straight west of here. So I'm gonna finish and then go to the castle. And then after the castle, we'll try to head down to this garden maybe, but Good idea. Yeah, chug this down and then. I need to make sure that all my stuff is backed up to YouTube today or tomorrow too. Probably today. What's the donut coffee count? 3 and 3, I think. 3 and 3. That's crazy. I guess not. I don't know. It's not kind of me to say that, but I've never seen that before. Space. She's not an employee. And then anytime someone came in to get donuts and like touched the handle, she would go over. She would like get up, go over there, wipe it down with a thing. As soon as I stood up, she got some wet wipes and then she went to clean my spot. And that was something that I thought was pretty interesting. I don't know about interesting, just different, I guess. And I think one of the people went over to complain to her, and then she was like, "What are you talking about?" Surprised the staff didn't tell her to stop. I don't know, I guess it doesn't hurt anything. I don't know. I guess she's not really hurting anybody. Free labor? It's just a weird, not weird, like, as a chain store, like, what do you do about that? Because at least one other customer complained about it. So, like, if customers are complaining about it, you know. But I guess it's not really a nuisance or anything. It's not like, I don't know. It's complicated. I wonder if they have loop scooters down here. Probably not. You ask her to leave? Yeah, that's what I mean, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, she looked like a regular, maybe. And obviously, it's just like high school or like college age girls working, so like they don't want to tell like a 56-year-old lady to like stop cleaning up after customers. I don't know. You don't know she's not wiping? Great, nice work, thank you. That is actually, I didn't even think about that, JP. I didn't even think about like, I mean, I guess she's using the store's alcohol, but you are correct. Like, we don't technically know what. But thank you, Martin. So originally, a long time ago, Y-Chain was helping out with those a lot. And then, like I said, we started talking about the diffusion of labor, and it's, now that I have some editing experience, it's way easier for me, because whenever I record things, I know exactly what I want to say, exactly what I want to do. So it's pretty easy for me now to cut those things in like less than half an hour for sure, unless I have just a ton of clips. The biggest bottleneck right now that I'm having to deal with is like uploading it to the Google Drive and then downloading it from, depending on download speeds and stuff at the hotels. Rendering, actually, funnily enough, the rendering, I think my laptop has a better, I have to check, I think my laptop has a better GPU than my desktop does. So it renders pretty quickly. Minute-long video takes like 25 seconds or something, not even that. But I do need to figure out, I'm so used to making 1920 by 1080 videos, I need to figure out how to, I'm sure it's just a button in DaVinci to do it for TikTok or Instagram Shorts or whatever, or Instagram Reels. Or the YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. Battery is exclusively for streaming. I think we'll go up north here. Hirome Ishida. We are using the weak battery again today to see how many hours we get out of it. If it truly is 4 hours, if it's just been a low charge type of thing. Even then, 4.5 hours is still pretty solid. Not like, I mean, it's half of what it used to be, but that's still a pretty solid, solid amount of time. Did I get everything this morning? My pal Sif, thanks for coming in. I'll have to check my backpack here in a second. A rooster? Chickens in a temple? This is a first time for this. Oh, dude. He's just chilling. I have never seen that before. Over here you've got some like pheasants. What is... Oh no, these are... I don't know what these are. That's a big bird, whatever that is. Maybe it's a type of chicken? Can they come and go as they please, or just that one? Did one break out? Now I'm very curious. Oh dude, there's chickens everywhere. Yeah, there's two right here. How do they get out? They came from over here? Are they supposed to be out? Maybe there's like, maybe these two dudes, these three, 1, 2, 3, these three roosters can just do whatever they want. Dude, there's tons of eggs. They're little eggs, though. Huh. I've never seen chickens just walking around in the middle of the city like this. Or reserved food, maybe. It's very strange. Kochi Castle must be up that way. History of the Nankai Trough earthquakes. They were talking about this in Dave's stream today. People were asking about the Nankai Trough. Oh, there's the castle, I see. Moat. Okay, we can indeed get to the top of the castle if they allow us. How to get up there though? I think over there we see some stairs. That probably looks like a surefire way to get up there. Nice little park down here. It's a big museum over there. Sure sign you're in the Inaka. I've just never seen chickens as part of a shrine or temple before. I've seen chickens before, but not like that. $8 billion steps to get up to the top.
俺とは相川だけ被害されて。
What's up, Liz? Have we made it, Kochi? We are in Kochi.
そうですよね。そしてってことですよね。
Chiyo. Katsutoyo Chiyo. I think this is the lady in Shogun, if I remember correctly. One of the ladies. I don't know, there's a lot of Chiyos out there. Steel Forged Gaming, thanks for coming in. From reading, go to Chicken was walking around the shrine near Hirome Market. The female lead, not the main female lead, the lady who was controlling the well, no, her name wasn't Chiyo. What was her name? The lady who was the former emperor's late wife, who had the son. I think it's the son. I think it's supposed to be Toyotomi Hideyoshi. They slightly changed the names in that show. About songbirds and chickens being a descendant. Steel Forge Game, I saw your video with Therapy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed Lyle's video. Lyle was texting me about it last night, actually. We've been chatting quite a bit. We chat a fair amount anyway, but he's been pretty nostalgic as of late. Me too, I suppose. All right, let's work our way up there. Looks like there's a lot of people. I don't know if we're gonna want to. Also, I don't know if I want to climb up. There's a lot of people. I don't want to climb up with the whole backpack. We'll see. Maybe that's something we do. I don't know. I don't want to stay in Kochi too long, unless we zoom past a lot of the southeast side, southeast. because we're already staying today and tomorrow. Stairs, path. Take stairs. Taking a bath. These stairs are pretty steep. Hey Bob, how legs and back? They're good. Back's always been good. Legs have been fine. Occasionally I'll get a little flare up in my feet, specifically my right heel. The bone spurs are not comfortable, but it's okay. Pack weight is 18, water is 2 kilograms. It's a little bit heavy, but we're managing. Virtually all the castles have been elevated up. Measuring tape. Alright, one leg 1 centimeter longer than the other. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been measured like that, I suppose. But the bone spurs are definitely. I wonder if we go to this and the museum. The museum doesn't have the full full exhibits, and the museum might be less likely to allow filming. Go ahead and go in here. There's no toilet any further, eh? Okay. Watch my head, eh? I might step straight through those stairs. Very busy. There's so many people waiting in line over there. Yeah, no, I know. I'm aware of the issue, and it's very annoying. But Marchan, thank you very much for the donation. I guess I'm very worried that it's not something that we can fix with a new cable. I'm worried that it's the actual camera itself, which is a little bit harder to replace. I guess I have to look online, look on Amazon or something. Didn't go up the castle because there are too many people. I'm waiting to see it. These are all Chinese people and they're kind of just hanging out outside. They're deciding if they want to go in or not, almost. But if they do all go in, I'm not going to want to go in at the same time because there's just way too many people. There's already quite a few people I can see up the top anyway. So I'm going to wait a little bit and see what happens. Maybe we just sit down over here for a little bit and see if it lightens up. What's going on? Can you guys see? My camera says it's preparing webcam, but Bellabox says we have signal. Sadly, no, I know the cable issue is annoying. Don't get me wrong. I'm very aware of that situation. Unfortunately, like I said, I will have to do some testing later, and then even if and we just got to pray that it's a cable issue, not a camera issue. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and start. Oh, dude, my shoes don't fit. Are you kidding me? All right, fingers crossed that we keep signal. Otherwise, I have to do a factory reset of this entire thing. Hi, konnichiwa. 1名と御朱印いくらですか？あ、普通の。じゃあこの普通の2つ。2つの。はい、そうです。はい、ペンで。ありがとうございます。はい、ありがとうございました。Okay, chat, we will see you in a little bit. Unfortunately, they have a sign here that says no streaming, so we'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, I'll make sure to take videos and stuff, but yeah, can't live stream in here. So I'll see everybody whenever I get done. Enjoy the set. Yeah, I'll try to kind of hurry, but yeah, we see the sign, so we're gonna. If they didn't have the sign, then maybe, but yeah, YouTube, TikTok, live hashing is Kinchi. So see you guys in a bit.
Like, it's impossible to break through sometimes, you know. And I think a lot of times too, like I don't have any interest in making 30-second TikToks.
Sure.
Like I like, kind of like yourself, like longer form. Like I want to go to Japanese businesses and interview the people who have run the same noodle shop for 40 years.
What? That would be great. You do that. So, you put subtitles on it. I think that'd be amazing.
And it's like, you know, because a lot of people go and make food content, but they don't ask about.
They don't ask about the people. See, I like that though, because I like things. You know, I mean, it's almost like you go to Japan and you make a video about the sights and the food, but not like, you know, I want to actually talk to the folks.
Yes.
So I think that'd be great, man. So I want to know.
Yeah.
What does the future look like for you? What are your plans? What are your hopes? What are your dreams?
So yeah, 2023. It's kind of two goals. Start, and even this year I kind of tinkered with YouTube stuff. I filmed, edited, didn't post anything, but at least start posting something. I think twice a month maybe is a good goal to you know, make 2023 also lose a little bit of weight. COVID, you know, COVID hit some of us. COVID hit me a little bit harder. Yeah.
Same.
But yeah, those are kind of my two things. Besides that, we can go this way. Besides that, just like I'm pretty content. I don't really care about money so much. And obviously, some people are gonna be like, "Oh, you know, a lot of it is living within your means." I don't make a ton of money. I make a reasonable amount for being 29, and I just save, cook at home. You know, don't drink that often. It's pretty much just like that. I mean, that's the big thing is no debt. So pay off your credit card every month, unless you have 0%.
then it's okay. But make sure you pay it before that. I mean, it's just an enjoyment. Like, oh, so next week I'm flying to see my brother in Abu Dhabi, so I'll
Nice.
be there for 10 days. But yeah, just I think traveling around Japan more now that it's actually open. 3 years of being almost completely locked down, or kind
Yeah,
of.
tell me what that was like. I want to know what was COVID like when it hit here.
Yeah, so in the beginning, so COVID started what, February 2020-ish, March 2020. Japan went into state of emergency, so Kinkyu Jaisingen, in June, I think. And that means anyone, so that's another reason I had to stay in Japan.
Yeah.
Borders were closed to anyone except Japanese individuals. And even if I went back home, could not re-enter the country unless you had a permanent visa or long-term visa. So working visas, it was just incredibly, incredibly difficult to re-enter the country. Every restaurant, bar, etc. closed at 8 p.m. No alcohol was allowed. Masks, had to wear masks. Every place, even now, you still have to do hand sanitizer whenever you enter stores.
Yeah.
Now it's kind of optional, but
I've noticed that, like, okay, so I mean, you go to the U.S., nobody's wearing a mask.
Everyone's wearing a mask, yeah.
Over here, people are like, it's not just everyone wears a mask indoors. Everyone's wearing a mask everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. If you go to some of the a little bit nicer, or not nice, upscale areas, some of the people don't wear masks. But yeah, I think part of it's the virus. But people have to remember, in Japan before COVID, springtime they would wear masks for, they call it kafunsho. Kafunsho is like pollen allergies. So people would wear masks in the spring because of pollen allergies, didn't want them. And then people wear masks in the winter because of the flu.
Yeah.
So masks were already pretty common in Japan. And then thirdly too, like...
Right, I was going to ask about that because I know that, like, there was a lot of mask wearing even before COVID.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is that that's why you see a lot of people now still have them, because it's one of these things where it's just easier. And I mean, for a lot of younger people too, like, you know, oh, you don't want to shave your 5 o'clock shadow? Wear a mask. You don't want to wear makeup? Wear a mask. You know,
Yeah.
it's and even, oh, you're sleepy, hungover?
Right.
Wear a mask. You know, so
Right. Everyone looks attractive when you can't see most of their face.
Yes. So it's kind of that system where, you know, it's and you know, there's a big, like, when I went back home, I wore a mask, and people were like, "Why are you wearing a mask?" I was like, "Well, at that time, you had to test negative." And I was like, "Listen, I love you guys, but like me wearing a mask is not political. I'm not doing this because I think Biden's right or Trump is wrong. No, I'm wearing it because if it gives me a 1% chance to go back home, which this is my home now, I got to take that 1%. I mean, whatever the math is, you know."
So tell me that is when did Japan start to feel like home for you? How long do you think it took?
Probably 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Probably 3 years. Yeah, like at least 2 years. Once you're able to like go to the city office and like ask for paperwork and understand what they're saying, or watching movies, like watching Japanese movies.
Yeah.
That's another, like when I go to the movie theater and watch a Japanese movie, and I'm like, hey, I understood like 75% of that. That's where it kind of felt like home. Because before that, you go watch a movie and you're just like, I'm lost. There's nothing here. Because the cool thing about kanji, about the writing system, if you know enough, you can kind of guess some meanings.
Interesting.
But if you don't, like if you're just listening, kind of like, you know, in America we have a lot of different accents. Southern accent, or Cajun accent, or Northern accent, whatever. Just because you speak native level English doesn't mean you're going to understand every single word from every single person based on how fast they speak or based on whatever. I mean, it's completely different.
Is there anything that you feel like is kind of missing from your experience here that would make it feel even more like home?
No, I think because I've been here long enough now, like I've adapted. So the things that I thought I needed, I don't.
Interesting. What were the things you thought you needed?
Well, even things like I mean, the idea of, which is, I haven't had it for a long, long time, but like, the idea of owning a car.
Yeah.
The idea of, I don't know, I mean, just, and it might just be part of the COVID thing too, but like, nowadays, I just do what I want to do. So it's like, oh, I want to go out and meet therapy guy, I'll go do that. Or, oh, I just want to sit at home and order Domino's pizza, I'll do that too. Like, it's just, as I get older, it's one of those things, like doing what you actually want to do instead of doing the things you think you have to do. Like, oh, I'm 29, I need to put in my 401k, or I need to like...
Right. I mean, I almost feel like, I mean, it's funny because you're talking about it on a micro scale, right? Like, oh, today I'm going to go meet the gecko when I could do my laundry or whatever the fuck. But even on a macro scale, you're like, you know, you're in Oklahoma, all your friends are probably, you know, going to school or doing this or that and the other thing, and you're like, I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to fuck off and go to Japan.
It's kind of one of those things too, and a lot of people, I remember one of my friends told me, he's like, man, you're being selfish. And I thought, for a second, when I heard that, I mean, this is years and years ago, and I thought, well, I mean, is it selfish to try to do something? And then at that time, I mean, he had some stuff he was going through, but going out and doing what you think is right, even if it's wrong later. In retrospect, if you go, man, that was a mistake, I think it's better to do it and then learn from that mistake than just be like, it's like, I don't know, playing an RPG, but never taking any steps or never making any choices. Like, if you don't ever make choices, and again, some choices have consequences.
Of course.
But you never get to see consequences if you never make the choice. So,
right, man, it's totally better to take the chance, and have it fail, than to never have taken the chance at all.
So, how long have you been in Tokyo so far?
I have been in Tokyo for, let's see, what day is today?
Today is
Tuesday. I arrived here Thursday afternoon. So far I've been to Shibuya, Harajuku, and a couple other places. I've been staying in I was staying in Akihabara. Yeah.
It sucks because a lot of Akiba has changed. Akiba is the short version, but Akihabara has changed a lot since a lot of the original stores closed down. Like the Sega gaming store closed down.
Yeah.
It's still really cool. Definitely all the chatters, you need to go there, but it's changed quite a bit since COVID. So
I'm gonna check in with the chat real quick. I'm gonna see if they have any questions for you or anything. Let me stop real quick. Whew. Oh, I can't thank you enough for coming out to meet me, man.
Dude,
this is
I'm
awesome.
so excited.
Let's see here.
うわ、すごい、すげえ。やばー。ヤッピー。みんなで写真撮ろう。みんなで写真撮ろう。
What's up, Coco, dude? We're just gonna stream this part only. Just the view. It's a wooden castle, yes. I believe this is one of the originals. Everything I've seen, there's a bit of plaster and stuff, but yes. The main hold appears to be. Streaming from Lyle's video, thanks for coming in. I'm glad you liked Lyle's video. Okay, I'm gonna quickly get some recording. Kumamoto Castle? No. Too many people inside? No, down at the bottom they said no streaming in the castle. So then I was like, okay, I'll do the view. I'll stand in the corner and get a quick thing, and then I'm going to turn off streaming again. So. Yeah, there was a sign that said no live streaming. So. Yeah, the existential crisis, yeah. Alright, that's it for now. I'll be back at the bottom. See you guys in a few. Just wanted to share this view with you guys real quick. So.
Like they have Kohai and Senpai, so like anytime you watch an anime, like, oh Senpai, notice me, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah, I've seen the Senpai notice me memes.
So Senpai is like at work or in school, it's someone like, I guess we'd call like an upperclassman or an upperclassmate, but the problem is it also happens in work, so it's like, but it's a little bit different because they have a word like Toshiue. Toshiue is like someone who's older than you, but it's also not like, I don't know, Senpai is usually someone who's kind of like a mentor, but they're not like a teacher. They're kind of like a friend teacher. I don't know. It's someone.
Is Senpai similar to like, you know, daddy? Like everyone people call each other daddy.
No, that's. I think daddy has a much more sexualized meaning. Senpai. I mean, even in work, you have work senpais. You have, you know, gym senpais. I mean, anyone can be a senpai. It's someone who was there before you, is within a couple years range, and you know, it kind of takes care of you. So, like for example, if you played sports and you're, I don't know, a 9th grader on the baseball team, and there's an 11th grader who's your friend, and he's, you know, kind of taking care of you, or kind of teaching you the ropes, that's a senpai. Yeah.
Oh, it's someone saying it means, it makes somebody who is higher than you in rank, it's someone who is further ahead than you in life or profession, seniority.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about rank. It's a little bit less formal than that, but yes. Senpai, colleague, you make, 8 iced tea, 8, that's correct.
D Desired says, Jason, it is 11:22 p.m. in the Midwest, so I'm going to sleep. You are amazing and have so many experiences and great advice. Thank you and good night. And I agree with that sentiment. I'm so glad that I met you, man.
Women
This has
can be
been great.
senpai too, that's true. Yeah, Sama, whoever said Sama's honorific. Look for a Nintendo fan. How did we go to Tokyo to meet up with a dude?
You're a Nintendo fan, aren't you?
I'm a Nintendo
Everyone's
fan.
a Nintendo fan.
Nintendo's more west side anyway, so go ahead. Does Japan have American fast food chains? Yes, they have a ton. McDonald's, Burger King, Shake Shack, Wendy's, Taco Bell. But it's different. It's different. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, I had Japanese McDonald's the other night. It was okay.
It's different.
You know what I had? I had the teriyaki burger, and then I also had like a melon soda with with ice cream on top of
So
it.
I know you mentioned the beef stew pie earlier. That's a brand new item. That just came out like
It did?
a month ago, maybe. Yeah.
Is it any good? Have you had
I
it?
haven't had it yet. Yeah, because I don't eat at McDonald's very often. My guilty pleasure, they have what's called the Sankaku choco pie. Sankaku means triangle, and it's a triangle chocolate pie, and it looks
I saw that. I saw that.
incredible. And for like, it's 160 yen, so like $1.20. But if you get it fresh, it's so, dare I say, good, because it's McDonald's, but it's good, and it's like the inside is like that molten lava cake type.
Whoa,
you know, like,
that sounds really good.
so the outside is kind of croissant-like, kind of fluffy and layered. Inside's molten lava cake. A little bit of almonds in there.
Yeah, I'm losing a little bit of connection with the chat.
I wonder if it's because we're by this building. We kind of walk in. Let's see.
Oh yeah, before we leave, I wanted to ask you about your recommendations for the vending machines.
Vending machines.
Give me a sec here.
Yeah. Let's
I'm
make
gonna
sure.
cut out.
Yeah. Let's walk a little bit and get out of here.
Sure, yeah. Hold on. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm recording on this phone. I actually have a genius setup here. I'm recording on this phone, and then I'm streaming on this camera, so that way if my stream cuts out, I still have a backup of it.
Do you use
like a digital recorder at home, or like whenever you do your studio.
My call-in stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, with my call-in
So I
stuff,
guess you probably have a full like audio rig set up.
it's my setup is actually kind of really shitty.
Okay.
but it works. That's the thing,
well,
you know.
that's the thing. I mean, that's one thing. Whenever because I have like a home studio at my house actually, and one of the things is
Oh yeah.
one of the things is that you know, audio quality. Like that's one thing. Whenever I started getting equipment, it's like, what can I control? I can't control the content. I can control the quality. You know, because my background.
Well, you know
working
what is so funny that I had a call with somebody about this recently on the I think it's Spanish on
Oh man, Commandant B&B, thank you for your kind words.
Yeah, oh, that's great. Yeah, I'm really stoked to see everyone very inspired by your story. I'm inspired by your story, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's do this vending machine.
So my first recommendation for vending machines in Tokyo, you're probably fine, but always pick something that's gonna be fresh.
Okay.
Because for example, we see Pepsi in this vending machine.
Yeah.
No one fucking drinks Pepsi, so they never restock it. So Pepsi's gonna be old as shit because no one ever drinks Pepsi. Same with Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew. The ingredients here. So for example, like Dr. Pepper. Back home in the chat, how many ingredients does Dr. Pepper have?
How many?
23. Back home.
Oh.
Here in Japan, it says over 20.
What is this thing? This looks kind of delicious.
Okay, Deca Vita. So Deca means big, Vita, C. So this means it's got a lot. It's a vitamin C drink. A lot of people drink it to like get some energy or something.
How's the milk tea? The milk tea looks
Milk
pretty
tea's
good.
fine. Milk tea's fine.
Do you have a favorite thing in this vending machine, or should we go to a different one?
This has a lot of coffee variants.
Yeah.
Actually, a surprising amount of coffee variants.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, if you want something here, I'll get you something.
Oh, here, no.
No. Boku no ogori, my treats.
Oh,
This is
arigato
a treat.
gozaimasu. Let's see. What do you think is best here?
Okay.
What's your chef's
you know
recommendation?
What? I'll buy this so you can try some.
Yeah, sounds great.
I don't love it, but it's not bad. It's just one of those things that, okay, for the experience.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I first was like walking to my, am I working? When I first was walking to my my hotel, I was every fucking one of these I walked by, I was like, oh, I gotta get some. Oh.
That happens. Dropping all sorts of shit.
Oh, is it working?
Still nothing? Huh.
Oh, we can go to a different
We'll
one.
have to go to a different one.
Maybe they'll have better stuff.
It's weird that it's broken. Thank
Here
you.
you go, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's actually a convenience store.
Oh yeah, let's go
So,
there. Oh yeah, tell me if there's let's go into the convenience store. Tell me if there's anything delicious in there that you recommend.
So you know what's one thing that one of the first things that I saw, so in Japan they have kyaku-inch, like dollar shops, and for that they have just random food, but one of the first kind of weird snacks I bought, it was a pretty much a large hot dog bun with a hot dog, mayonnaise, and corn.
Ooh, that sounds good.
But you're like, corn, hot dog, mayonnaise. It doesn't really like, you know, some people get some licks. Same like pizza. The first pizza I ever bought was at a supermarket. It was a little personal pizza. It had broccoli, onion, carrots, and cheese. That was it. Oh, and a little bit of shrimp. They had shrimp on it too. And you're just like, broccoli and corn doesn't belong on a pizza. But then you try it and you're just like, oh wow, this is kind of new. Like,
You know, another thing that I found very interesting about the convenience store food here is like, okay, so in the States, you are not supposed to
you're
eat
gonna get the shit.
food
Yeah.
from 7-Eleven or
Yes,
from any other
yes.
convenience store. But here it's like the food is actually good.
Yeah, this is one thing that. One thing too, they always every place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh,
So,
what's your chef's
okay,
recommendation
so
here?
I'm gonna get this so you can try it,
Ooh, thanks, man.
and then I'll drink what you don't drink. Oh, Calpis. Okay, Calpis. Oh, that's not the original. Calpis is like like a weird Gatorade, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Oh, that's this stuff.
Kind of. That's Toromitsu Ringo. So this is something honey apple. This is Calpis. So Calpis is kind of like this, and then let's see if they have it. Oh yeah, down here. So Pocari Sweats.
Okay, so I was looking at that and I was
This
like, is this
Gatorade.
water? Okay, so it's Gatorade.
Kind of.
Because I thought it was just like a weird water.
It's an electrolyte drink, but it's the name.
Is it good? Is it like sugary and tasty?
It's not bad, but
Okay.
just the name is. I mean, if it's water or that.
Yeah, I feel like anything where it says sweat, the name kind of turns
And
you
it
off a
looks
little
like
bit.
sweat. Like it looks like, oh, if I sweat a whole bottle, that's what it would look like. Like that's like it's just cloudy enough. Like that's not water.
Right.
Any of the teas are good. That's always good. Coffees are always fine. See, this is kind of big brain. These.
Ooh, you know what I had?
Hot. Yeah,
You know what I fucking had last night that was insane? Is there was like a hot chocolate drink
oh yeah,
or
yeah,
something.
yeah.
You know what another thing that's super interesting is I was like in this here they have hot beverages in these little things, and in the States they don't have hot beverages in.
What's up, everybody? Hello again. Let me get a picture outside.
一応全身入っとるもんな。
あ、すみません。僕の写真撮るよろしいですか？
私取れるかしら。
はい、お願いします。ありがとうございます。
縦ですか、横ですか？
はい、立ってです。
行きまーす。
はい、お願いします。
もう一枚行きまーす。
はい、
はい。
ありがとうございました。
はい。
ナイス。
オッケ
OK です。ありがとうございます。
断りはないんだな。気持ち悪いやつは。
Jiminy Christmas, dude. These castles, whole body workout, climbing my fat ass up these ladders. I say ladders, they're like stairs, but they're just straight vertical. It's like doing everything with a weighted vest on. That's also really wide. My backpack always touches like top of it. And I wore a cotton shirt today, so I'm sweating like a sweater. I don't know. Wish you out. Sir Chubbs, 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. Beautiful, yeah. Sorry I couldn't stream in the castle. They had clear signs saying no live streaming in the castle, so I didn't want to break any rules. We got a little bit of the view up top. I figured standing in the corner, we're probably fine there. Sir Chubbs, thank you very, very, very much for the 1,000 bits, and thank you for the continued support. Everyone who's been here, everyone who's new from the Lyle video, thank you. If you're new here, I'm Sensei Martian. I walked the length of Japan. This current trip, it's kind of a combination walk, bus, train. We're just trying to see as much cool stuff as we can on this trip. Tomorrow we have a reservation to rent a car. We're gonna drive up to the Scarecrow Village. Should be a pretty interesting time. Scarecrow Village, it's a pretty much empty village. There's a couple of people who live there, and they put up scarecrows to make the town feel less lonely. There's an abandoned school there that has a ton of scarecrows. So we're gonna check that out tomorrow. That's why we have down there the Scarecrow Village Fund. Because renting a car is... we'll go this way. Anyway, so we'll rent a car, 8 a.m. Takes about 2.5 hours to get there. I'm gonna say probably closer to 2. But I haven't decided if we're gonna take the highway, or if we're gonna take, if we're gonna take the toll road highway, or just the regular highway. Toll road saves us like 20 minutes, but it's gonna cost some money. Regular highway is usually just as good. People speed everywhere, so it is what it is. Supposed to sprinkle tomorrow, but we should be all right. We'll be posting the castle portion on YouTube. I took a lot of video. Yes, at minimum, it'll be on Instagram, but probably I recorded at least 10 minutes of video. I didn't record up and down, but I did record around, climbing up, a bit at the top, and then a little bit climbing down, and then the things that I missed. Is this a toilet? There's one lady that makes them from those rural areas. Well, there's a couple of different towns. That's the thing. I was talking to Yondaime yesterday, and he said that there's a couple of, he said he's seen one in Kyushu somewhere, and that actually kind of checks out. That sounds familiar. This is not a toilet. Oh, kitty cat. I think Nagoro is the one with one lady, I believe. But there are a couple of different ones. Okay. Where is the toilet? But yeah, I think of all of them, I think Nagoro is the quote unquote most famous one. Where are we right now? Okay, there's the Hong Kong. I think we're over here somewhere. What? They don't have a dot of like where we are. This is for smoking. I just want to know. What building is that? Oh, there we go. There's a sign if I just looked around. 40 meters. But no, thank you everyone for coming in. And again, if you haven't checked out Lyle's video, please go do so. If you haven't followed my YouTube or Instagram, please consider doing so. There's a crater where that cat is. You can tell that cat just chills there. Meow. Meow. Dude, that cat's straight chilling. Okay, there's a bench that I can... No bench, huh? Oh, you know what? This is a better shot of the cat and the castle. What, now are we making straw man arguments? No. We were talking about... I was talking to... I think his name is Yamagishi-san. I didn't actually ask. I just kept calling him Yoname, and he liked that. So... But he said he's seen a scarecrow village in Kyushu. Because I asked him about the one... He said, there's one in Kochi? And I was like, yeah, it's like Kochi, kind of... almost toward Tokushima. And he goes, itakoto nai. Or he said something like that. Shiran. Something like that. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna BRB.
People ask me what other countries am I going to. Here's the deal, folks. For as long as people are willing to be a gecko, you bet your ass I'm doing it. So I'll do it until I have no countries left to go to. But next I'm feeling like, well, I have tour dates in some foreign countries in like Australia and Europe and stuff, so I'm probably going to do that. And then after that, in places that I don't have tour dates, I kind of want to go to India. I kind of want to go to Southeast Asia. I kind of want to go to China. Although I don't really know what's going on in China. Maybe Korea. Who knows? We're gonna gek across the universe, baby. Where's my man, Sensei Martian? He's coming. You should have Andrew Tate open for you in Kazakhstan. I don't know if he lives there. I don't know where he lives. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa is kind of formal, right? See, I want to say konnichiwa to people, but I feel like it's too formal. I don't know if there's a less, or maybe he said one more stop. The Sensei Martian interview is really happening. The Sensei Martian interview is really happening. Get out of here. You can say domo instead of konnichiwa. Okay. Domo. Like that. Domo. One more stop, Sensei Martian. Folks, it looks like the Sensei Martian interview is really happening. Everyone get ready. We're gonna... Alright, what do we think Sensei Martian looks like? What do we think he's gonna be wearing? Can we gek much higher? I don't think we can, dude. I think this is the highest possible gekking that is accomplishable in this universe. What is happening? A chatter claims to be in Tokyo right now, and he claims to be coming to where I am, and is going to meet me and walk around. I don't think he's trolling me, but if he is, that's okay. It won't really affect me in any way, shape, or form. Please go to Harajuku. I was just in Harajuku the other day. I was in Harajuku the other day, and it was really cool. I want to do a stream in Shinjuku because I didn't get the chance to go to Shinjuku, and I want to stream there because I think it'd be fun. Oh, he's walking up now. All right, we're about to find out if this man is trolling. Konnichiwa. All right, Sensei Martin. Oh, konnichiwa. Are you guys hyped for the Sensei Martin interview? Who is hyped for the Sensei Martin interview?
Tokyo Lens, Nagoro, Miyoshi. Yeah, they're like an hour drive apart. Miyoshi, I wanted to go to Miyoshi Gorge. Oboke or Oroke, I forget what it is. Oboroke Gorge? Something like that. There's a gorge down there that looked pretty freaking cool, but the problem, and actually I'm very worried about it for stream tomorrow, signal's not as great in the mountain areas, so I mean the good news is like following along main roads, usually it means there's some form of connection, but wouldn't be surprised if we have a few hiccups tomorrow. I was thinking of an Oita. I'll have to check that out later. Or if someone wants to link that to the Discord, that would be pretty cool. Any general or ideas and feedback, or pretty much anywhere I can find it. Is this the way we came? I don't think so. Okay, let's go try to head toward the Makino Koen. Makino Garden. It was recommended by the gentleman yesterday. He said it's a power spot. He said it's a highly recommend. So that's I think it's like an hour and a half walk to get there though. So we'll have to Jiminy Christmas. Dude, it's like 2 hours to get there. I wonder if we do that Saturday. Saturday morning, walk down there. What time do they close? They close at 5. 2 hours to get there. We could just wake up early Saturday, do it Saturday, and then take the train to like Aki, or take the bus, whatever we decide. Doshio. Oh, lens cap. That's I did that because I went to the bathroom, and even though I changed scenes, I'm like, okay, at the very least, even if something crazy happens and the scene changes, at least you guys only have to hear what's going on and not see what's going on. Because at least with hearing, like, I mean, it could be bad. Who knows, you know, Taco Bell night or whatever. But seeing is like insta-ban, you know. Hearing, I don't think you can actually get in trouble for hearing shit noises or pee noises or whatever. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe there's a clause. It says no bathroom stuff at all, but is Martian at a fountain somewhere? No, it sounds like when you just like drop a can of paint on the sidewalk. Anyway, enough potty talk. Enough potty humor.
What a time to join. I know you missed the castle. I mean, I guess we didn't get to stream in the castle, but what is it, Thursday? I mean, I guess we can maybe 2 hours is a bit, because then we also have to walk an hour and a half back to the station. Bro, there's no... Dude, either way out of minimum. That's crazy. It's still so far of walking regardless. I guess we could even do it tomorrow if we rent a car early. Because we get the car at 8. We might just try to fit it in tomorrow. I don't even know when I'm going to get out of this park. Parking lot. Kids. Go over here. Headed to lunch if you're not going to the garden. Yeah, I'm gonna start kind of moseying toward the garden just in case I change my mind. But I also have to look at a student's resume that we have to go over tonight. And I need to allocate some amount of time because he's stressing about it, and we've been going over it the last 2 weeks, but he's like, I don't know, it seems repetitive, and I'm like, well, that's, yeah, what you're providing me is repetitive, so it's gonna be a bit like that. I think we beat all these kids here. Field trip, yeah. Problem is we have to come back to the station tonight because we're staying near the station so we can get to the car early tomorrow. 900 yen bus for 6 kilometers. That sounds expensive. Was it 150 yen per kilometer? I mean, it's not bad in this grander scheme of things, but saves us like 30 minutes too. It doesn't even really save us that much time. Actually, no, that bus saves us like an hour, but an hour for 900 yen. Do you want to go to the garden today? Well, it's... The thing is this. If I go to the garden today, I have to catch up on videos. I have to... My student sent me his resume thing like... Technically like yesterday afternoon, but late yesterday afternoon for us to review today. But I want to spend sufficient time, because he's been trying to change a job for like... I don't know. He's been complaining about every single job he's had for the last 5 years, but every time he changes a job, he's like, oh, it's great, it's cool. And then like 2 weeks later, he's like, I don't like my job anymore. So very much, you know, I've done my part. I've succeeded in helping him get his next job, but because of that, now he's like, yeah, I want to make sure my resume is perfect because I'm really trying to get overseas company, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, the problem is, like, it's because he's like, I want to work in the US, I want to work here, and I'm like, it's pretty difficult. They don't hire a lot of people outside of the US already because they don't, a lot of places don't want to deal with visas, you know. And especially now, all that's getting much more complicated. So park closes at, or the garden closes at 5. If we walk, like I said, it's at least an hour and a half walk. I guess, like I said, I need to see if there's loop. I don't think there's loop down here. Loop would maybe save us some time. Well, I don't know. The problem is this city's kind of weird. Like, they have a couple of big looking roads, not quite highway size, but very large roads that kind of only go certain paths. Why would you want a US job? We suck ass. I mean, he's really wanted to work in like LA or San Francisco. He has some Japanese friends that like have a restaurant there and they do really well. That combined with he works in the entertainment industry, so working in LA is kind of cool. I don't know, there's a lot of people, I mean, while the USA does have its problems, I mean, if you're used to working in, like, Japan has some good companies, but if you're used to working in shitty Japanese companies, even a moderately shitty US company might appear, face value, appear better than, you know, grass is always greener type of thing. It's really hard to compare apples to oranges. I think a lot of my clients just want to move outside of Japan for a couple years just to get the experience. They don't have the goal of moving abroad permanently. They just want to get out temporarily, which I think is overall a good thing. I think if more people focused on at least temporarily living somewhere else for a little bit, then they would have better insight or better perspective on a lot of different issues. Particularly anything immigration related. I think if you had to act as an immigrant anywhere else, you would have a little bit better, I don't want to say compassion, but at the very least you could be somewhat sympathetic to people. Or empathize, I guess. No, sympathetic, yeah, same as. And you see what time the park opens tomorrow. If the park opens early tomorrow, we can do that first thing. And then we can go up to the Scarecrow Village after. But like I said, we'll kind of mosey on the way toward the park as if we were going there. Before Twitter went way downhill, I was following a small number of Japanese who had settled in Finland. They had sounded very content with the lives they had created there. Well, I'm also a big believer in that too. I think a lot of happiness in life is how you set yourself up for it. Like that's one thing, like with Dogen's video about the disillusioned foreigner thing. It's a really good video and I agree with a lot of it. But he also talks, because he talks about how a lot of people here don't really do anything to better themselves, and the people he knows that are successful are the ones that like made videos in their free time and like still worked and they tried to balance this. And I think there's a little bit more to it than just working constantly or like Sigma grind set, but it is like I've met a ton of people here and they're like, oh, I'm not happy here in Japan because of blah blah blah. But then that blah 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 are all things that you ultimately control for the most part. They go, oh, well, it's Japanese is hard. It's like, okay, well, have you tried studying? Like, no, I don't have time to study. It's like, my guy, you're pounding strong zeros every weekend. You have time to study. It's a time management problem, not a time problem. But that's how it is pretty much everywhere too, you know. Really high in the global happiness index. That's what you got in there for study abroad. Certainly have a different life. It is interesting. Lyle was talking about the butterfly effect yesterday, about how me randomly stream sniping him is causing him to have a bunch of these comments that are, you know, resonating with his video. And that if I didn't ever do that, then the video would have never gotten made. I could be indirectly why Lyle stops doing therapy gecko. Not anytime soon, he's not going to stop anytime soon, but if he starts rolling out Lyle content more often, it's as a direct result of me. I guess in one form or another, I did indeed kill therapy gecko. Hoping to learn Japanese one day. Sorry, right now, not today, not soon, right now. How about that? Some people who say they don't have time, but then I notice that they clean their house very thoroughly every day. I mean, again, people find, I talk about this all the time, like when people are like, oh, I want to hang out. It's like, well, if you really wanted to hang out, then you would set times. It's just lip service a lot of times. We're gonna go down this shopping street. Tenjin Bashidori. I think I should probably, if I'm going to the park, I need to keep going left, but me or them. It's. I think he's just talking about in general, not necessarily you. Go, dude. I think most people. That's one thing I wouldn't. Unless it's a very specific conversation, I usually just take people at like, oh, they're talking generally. All right, we're gonna go down this way and see if we can see one. I mean, I guess we could. Yeah, let's just go this way. Let's go. Let's head to the park, generally speaking, and see if we can't get that knocked out today. I don't want to have to force it tomorrow. If we make it all the way to the park, cool. If not, then we stop and get lunch somewhere. That's okay too. Thanks for doing IRL streams. Everybody like everybody. I love IRL streamers. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think there's a good balance. I think some IRL streamers unfortunately are not very respectful of where they're at. And I'm not necessarily trying to gatekeep Japan from all of the IRL streamers that are going to come in here. Some of them are respectful, some of them try their best, but I think a lot of them it's just about chasing that quick buck. I'm not saying I agree with it at all, but I understand where that, you know, where that kind of energy comes from. How did you get into streaming and or IRL? Lyle. I was, whenever I went to see Lyle on that stream, two years ago, I mentioned something about, oh, I've always thought about it, but I don't know, you know, the internet's scary and I don't know if I'm cut out for it, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, I think you'd be great at it. A lot of people resonated. They said you should definitely do stuff. So I started streaming based on that. And then over time I realized too, like I wanted to get healthier, so I was trying to get steps in and, you know, be a little bit more mindful of my health. So I started, you know, again, walking quite a bit. Turned into me reading a book about a guy who walked across Japan, and I thought that's not possible, but wanted to try something similar, so I walked from Tokyo to Kyoto, and I thought, okay, if I can do that, then I can walk across Japan. But no, and then after I started streaming IRL, I also thought, okay, there's a lot of IRL streamers, even based in Japan, who speak way less Japanese than I do. And granted, my Japanese is not perfect. If anyone saw the conversation with the guy I had yesterday, they'll be like, oh, he made a ton of mistakes. But we were conversing for an hour entirely in Japanese, and so, like, you know, did I understand 100% of what he was talking about in the factory? No. But I got the gist of things based on his gestures, based on the words I did know. So then there was a certain point where I was like, okay, I can do IRL maybe a little bit differently, or a little bit, I don't want to say better. Better is kind of a, I don't know, a selfish word perhaps. But I saw some other IRL Japan-based streamers that I thought, okay, I can do it equal to or better than what they provide. Plus, I get to be healthy. Plus, I get to explore myself. I had been kind of cooped up because of COVID, and now I have the opportunity and the motivation. There's one thing, like, it is like if I'm not on by like noon most days, someone's like, stream question mark. So there's some level of like accountability that goes on as well, which is cool. I mean, it's cool for me. Sometimes it can be like stressful, but no, I did not. I never learned Japanese before coming here. I knew zero Japanese. Because I incorrectly assumed that, again, I was 22 when I moved here. And I was like, oh, Korea, China, Japan, they all study English in school, I'll be fine. I was not fine. Again, that was me being pretty naive of the world. But yeah, I figured out, I was waiting in Vancouver. The one-way ticket was OKC to Dallas, Dallas to San Francisco, San Francisco to Vancouver, Vancouver to Tokyo. And in Vancouver, when I'm the only non-Asian looking person in the boarding area, and then once we get on the plane, I'm the only non-Asian looking person on the plane, and all the directions are in Japanese. And finally at the end, they do a little bit of English, but I can tell it was not the same. It was like, 2 minutes of Japanese explanation, like 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds of English, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's going on. I've made a huge mistake. So a lot of my Japanese too, like I haven't learned to fish. I've never learned at school, and I just kind of picked up stuff over time. That's why I have a lot of bad habits. And like JP will kind of tease me sometimes, because I'll be speaking in Japanese and I'll go da da da, like da 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 da, and like that. And so it's very much. Now sometimes I do full Japanese where even my stutters are eto ano desu, like I do the Japanese equivalents of like us, but I do often weave likes into when I speak Japanese, which is a bad habit. So $50 to 100 kilometers on a bike. That's pretty good. Yeah, I was talking to, like, that's my goal this fall, is to do 100 kilometers a day for 32 days. Bike from the top of Japan to the bottom of Japan, while making videos and working with the students that I have. But I gotta get used to this flow currently. And then I gotta spend all summer getting used to a bike. You need an editor? No, I don't. I don't make enough money, and I don't know, I don't have enough work to like say to an editor, hey, make me a video type of thing. And I actually enjoy the aspect of editing. I don't enjoy like the incredibly meticulous having to cut 0.1 seconds off of an audio clip because I breathed too hard or something, but did I get COVID before? One time. I got the 2 or 3 shots, and then one time I went out And then I got like a message from work. They're like, oh yeah, this one person had COVID. And I was like, oh shit. And then the next day I had like a 39 or 40 degree temperature. It was absolutely awful. But I still had work. I couldn't, because I'm a contractor, I couldn't take off work without getting in like, I wouldn't get fired, but I got my ass chewed out and I was like, oh, I'll just do this through the shivers. So it felt like a super bad flu. No, you're good. Are we talking videos again? We were talking videos again. But I'm getting better at it. All the Instagrams and stuff have been of my own cutting. YouTubes and stuff I'm getting a little bit better at. Again, I need to polish them up a little bit more. I need to get better, but that takes practice. I mean, I only really started learning editing like a month and a half ago, maybe. But no, it's good. It's good getting involved in stuff that, you know, you think you want to do. Like, that's one thing now I'm kind of interested, you know, once I lose a bit more weight, getting into like, honestly, I think it would be kind of cool to try to do like a half marathon. At the very least, 5Ks and stuff. Maybe not in races and stuff, just for my own personal health. Like, I think about that, like, I'm still a pretty big guy, so like, if I lost, you know, 40, 50 pounds, how much faster can I walk? How much more, you know? If I lose too much weight, then I lose power, but you know what, actually I don't think we go to the gardens today, because there's no bus or train that comes back. Hold on, let's see something real quick. Because if we walk out there, that's fine. And if we spend a couple hours out there and then we have to come back to a hotel over here, then we end up, there's no buses that come from the garden back to the station. So we'll do the garden tomorrow. That's what we'll do. What we'll do is we'll wake up, drive. It's 2 hours out to the Scarecrow Village. Scarecrow Village for an hour or two. Maybe drive to the gorge if we can, and drive back to Kochi. And if we can get back to Kochi 1, 2 o'clock, go to the garden, park there, walk around a bit, drive back to the station. Okay, yeah, that's a better plan. That's a good plan. Because otherwise, I'm not gonna have time to look at my student's resume before tonight, and he's gonna be pissed. He's like, "You didn't look at it all week?" It's like, "Well, you sent me a revision on Sunday where you changed 2 words, and then you sent me a revision Wednesday evening with like a bit more to work with, but okay, hold on. Yo, I'm in Tokyo right now. What's up, man? I am not in Tokyo. Dude, I love running, but it gets boring sometimes. I don't think I want to get a running. Biking is just superior, man. It's different. I think biking's super cool as far as a form of exercise. But I think running sucks, and I think that helps. I don't know. I'm of the believer that doing stuff that kind of sucks helps your mental fortitude. And I know some people are probably going to disagree with me, and that's fine. But I know for me personally, doing stuff that kind of sucks, I feel has always helped my kind of helped my again, my mental toughness. Okay, we're gonna go. That looks like a shopping street over there. Okay, hold on. I don't know, endurance athletes are all pretty skinny and power for running. If you're talking like strength power. No, I'm talking strength power, like hauling a backpack power. Because like I don't really get tired. Climbing upstairs kind of sucks with this pack, but I think I could easily get down to like 200 to 220. 90 to 100 kilograms and be reasonably fit and reasonably strong. This little place, 1 by 1 equals 1. If you want a cone, doesn't have place to. Wait, hold on. Citroen says 1 block to the south, across from the Hatakura Park. South is this way. Hatakura Park. Here, let me see. Oh, there it is. 100 meters. Oh, it's like, how do we get there? Oh, we're going to go get ice cream. Sorry, we'll go to that shopping street after ice cream. Another streamer told me that knees are depreciating asset, whether you use them or not, so you might as well use them while they're strong. How do you plan them? It just depends. When I'm in Tokyo, honestly, I just kind of mosey around. I need to get better at that. That's actually a problem. Because if I just mosey around, I end up kind of revisiting similar neighborhoods. And that's not great for growth. Occasionally, if there's a festival or something, I go out and do that. But whenever I'm doing these big trips, it's town to town, place to place. So my big walk, it was just town to town. This one, I'm walking some, I'm taking a train some, or a bus, local bus, all local stuff. I'm not taking any express trains or anything like that. It's all local. And is it the one more street down, maybe? We're doing a resume review for English. Well, it's just, I help people change jobs too. Like we drill through, yeah, but it's an English resume thing. One more. Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of my English coaching is people who have changed jobs, want to change jobs, want to relocate, things like that. That's why I can charge a little bit more money, because I have proven results from, like, as far as job changes, probably 40 to 50. Promotions, similar numbers. Relocations, 10 to 20. So I have like proven track records of helping people, you know, promote their lives, get better jobs, or things like that. So as far as presentations too, like maybe they don't want promotions or anything, but they like how I help with presentation prep, my way of speaking, my way of writing. Looks like there's a little park right here. Resume is really different in Japan. Japanese resumes are very different. They want every single thing. I just help them with the English aspect of it. Mental and physical endurance. 30K steps is so annoying. My backpack is 20 kilograms, and I do that. What Jocko Willing thinks, I will say. Wondering what Obama and Eminem are doing right now. I want to explore non-downtown by foot, but with bike. Okay, one more street down. Are you comfortable with casual, formal, and business Japanese? It doesn't really matter. Formal and business are the same thing. Okay, we're gonna get ice cream. Oh, dude, they have it old style ice cream. Ah, konnichiwa. はい、おすすめは何ですか？
2段200円、白。
味はどちら？
バナナ風。
バナナ風。うん。
一番出るのがバナナ風。
わかりました。
まあ結構
チョコレートとか。
人気ありますけど。
わかりました。じゃあ、
コーンで。
僕はコーンで2段で。
はい。200円。
味はチョコレートといちごお願いします。はい、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Ooh, bench with a back. Must be my birthday. And a little bit of shade. And no overgrown weeds. Say less. Okay, I'll get to everyone in just a moment. Oh crap, that's gonna be a problem. Water bottle coon is gonna mess this up for us. Citroen, thank you very much for the $10. Picture perfect. It's pretty crazy. It's so ice cream it's more similar to gelato. It's a tighter packed, creamier, allegedly creamier. I'm gonna take off the hat too, I think. Thank you for the call out, Citroen. I would have definitely missed this otherwise. Okay. How's the angle, chat? Are we Too close? Too far? Just right? Chodoi? Not soft serve? No, this is real ice. Or, I mean, I guess real is a relative. I think that the milk, we talked about this before. Ice cream it's almost similar to gelato, technically. But it's made of more milk. Okay. Gotta start my afternoon. Thank you very much, Bob. Banana? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Citrunk laughed. Yeah, I said, what's your recommendation? She's like, banana? And I had to, wow, that's good. Yeah, it's a little bit more like icy than ice cream. If that makes sense. This was 200 yen. Actually, might have to use the hat. It doesn't melt so fast. It's more frozen than creamy for sure. Yeah, can't really tell. It reminds me of the Baba Hera ice cream we had in northern Japan, in Akita. Okay, hold on. I think I missed some stuff. So you kind of stuck walking in the same area, which is 20 kilograms. Yeah, you get used to it after a while. Mental and physical endurance are important. Very decent way to want to talk about. Okay, so yeah, as far as that's concerned, I know a lot of people like the Jocko, the David Goggins, the Cameron Haynes, the Truett Haynes, or whoever. It's good with pushing yourself, but I think like you can still push yourself without having to like break yourself or without having to like, I don't know. I mean, I guess someone's got to be the best, but there's a certain level of humility with like, oh, I know, like I am who I am, and that's okay too. A certain level of comfort knowing that. Chico Noob Art, thanks for coming in. So like I'm always trying to get better at, as a human, but when someone says, oh, I can beat you in this or that, it's like, yeah, you probably can't. Congratulations. There's nothing wrong with knowing your limitations. Just came from Gecko's video. Thank you very much. Thank you. Gek bless. Gek Nation. I was texting Lyle last night about the video because I asked him for the there's a lot of B-roll that he has of him and I, or even just myself, and I was like, hey, I'd like that, because there's a scene around minute 7 I talk about Duran Duran, and then after that he says he has like a moment of existential thought, but it's not dread, it's awe, because of like how many things had to go right in order for me and him to cross paths the way we did and then end up taking this trip together. Anyway, there's a really cute moment where he and I are sitting on a bench. He's got a Yuki no Yado cookie in his mouth, or rice cracker, and anyway, it was really cute. It was a good moment. I guess the algorithm is working. What do you mean algorithm? No, in the video, Lyle says, please go check out my boy, Sensei Martian. I'm not sure that's algorithm. That's direct plugging. Really made me think about the walking thing. Thanks, Chico. Thanks for coming in. How many things had to go right? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, Because it's also like, I think about this a lot. You know, there's a saying, especially in content, like, you know, a lot of the people who make it are lucky, which is true. There is definitely a luck thing, but you can only get as lucky as you prepare yourself for, or as like you put yourself in situations to be. I was thinking from the start he told you that he might be a bit emotional through the trip so that you could give him a bit of space. It was the same for you? No. For me, I was more worried about, and he didn't give me like, it wasn't really, how do I say this without, no, because he messaged me in December, this last December 2024. Hey, I think I'm coming to Japan. Or maybe like super late November. No, it was mid-December. Mid-December he texts me on Instagram. He says, hey, I'm coming to Japan. And I said, oh shit, are you for real? And he said, yeah, I think I'm coming. I'm landing on this date. But I'm meeting up with other friends that weekend. But then the following week I'm free. And I said, okay, cool. Let's it was like Monday or Tuesday. Let's go get dinner, or let's go get lunch into a chat type of thing. And so I'm like, all right, we're going to stream with Lyle. And then he texted me that morning. He's like, hey, the first time we meet up, can we just like meet up off stream? I was like, oh, that's fine. Yeah. So then he and I hang out for like 5-6 hours that day. We chat. And, you know, we were still kind of thinking about the walk. But luck is the residue of design. Yeah. That shit must be fire. Well, I'll be honest. Well, never mind. We're not going to talk about it. Anyway. So originally, during the trip, he's like, yeah, you know, very, very originally when he messaged me in December, he's like, you know, a day trip. And I was like, well, I think it'd be cool if we went like on a week trip. And he's like, no, that's not possible. And then I go to sleep. I wake up the next morning to a text and he says, hey, actually, why the fuck not? Why don't we do this thing? Like, let's go for a walk. And I was like, okay, cool. So we start planning, like kind of planning it out, and then he comes, and then, you know, he's hanging out with friends, and he's just enjoying life, and I was like, all right, well, we need to do it in January, because in February it starts to like really snow where we're wanting to go, so we need to get it. He's like, well, you know, I'll let you know. So then I'm like, oh no, like it's getting pushed back, and anyway, finally he's like, all right, I'm ready. Let's do this 4 days, 5 nights. Let's go do this. Or I guess 4 days, 4 nights. We end up coming back on Thursday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 5 days. 5 nights, 5 days. Anyway. But during the trip, no, I mean, we hung out, and if either of us needed space, we just kind of left. But I'm very used to solo travel. Like my entire walking trip last year was solo. The one before that was solo. This trip is solo. So I'm very used to just being like in bed, like I get to the hotel, open up laptop, download my photos or videos, start a bath, charge my batteries, and then after the bath go get dinner, and then I do work, either teaching or start to look through videos and try to like edit something together. The editing part is very recent. Up until February I was pretty busy with students, but roast the fuck out of it? No, it's good. Well, no, he was kind of like, his exact words were like, why wouldn't I go on a walk with the guy who walked across Japan? He's like, he's like an additional 4 days of a trip. Like, he was already planning on staying like a month over here, so like just allocating 4 days to go do this thing. It was pretty cheap, like all things considered. And so, but no, he didn't, like, at the moment, like, there was one night he was kind of in his head, and I kind of, I told him, I was like, dude, you need some perspective. I was like, because the things you're bitching about right now, like, take a deep breath, because it could be way worse. I remember that night, and then I felt, I apologized to him later. I was like, sorry for, like, you know, calling you out. And he's like, no, it's fine. Like, we're friends now, but... or like we were friends, but we become really good friends. You're a teacher too? Cool. Great. Sorry everybody for ads. I run ads to help support the channel. It's all good. I'm cool with the ads. I do apologize. It's an unfortunate reality of content creation. I'm very thankful for the people who donate and or tip and sub and give bits and hang out. If you don't have extra money, I completely understand. I mean, I know the world's kind of crazy right now. What you can do though is like, as cringe as this is going to sound, like, comment, subscribe. That actually helps out way more than you think. Why would he be emotional on a holiday? That's not how things work, G-Wick. You can get emotional anytime. Was there an on and off switch on emotions? I was unaware. No, because he came to Japan. There's a couple different reasons. We're not going to talk about all of them because it's not my business. But, you know, it's hard when you've been doing the same thing for 5 years. And while you enjoy it, it's also, you know, maybe not entirely what you originally set out to do. It's hard. I mean, like, I know it's it's a first world problem for sure, but first world problems are also problems when you're looking at one sample sizes. Hey, Vivid, good to see you. You can repeat the last minute? Yeah, I can. Let me just double check. Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, as far as Lyle and I, like, there was one time I kind of told him, I was like, listen, man, like, I understand existentialism and stuff, but I was like, you're focusing on, I mean, it's kind of like focusing on, like, a lot of people in Japan are worried about this earthquake. And it's like, okay, do what you can to prepare, and then after that, stop worrying. Like, it's going to come. Death is going to come. Ice cream's going to come. You just got to prepare yourself to be ready for when that does, because there's not a lot you can do. That's in response. I was watching Dave's stream today. People were asking about the Nankai Trough earthquake, which, if the Nankai Trough earthquake happened when I'm down here, I'm probably dead. It's been nice knowing everybody. But, you know, as far as the emotion, like, again, he came for a few different reasons, and one of them was to do this walk, and he talks about it in the video, like, you know, he came because he's worried about death or dying or, you know, leaving an impact or whatever. Like, there's a lot of different things going on there, but at the same time, it's also pretty crazy to think that, like, for he and I to be on that walk at that time, my great-grandparents, grandparents, everybody, like, everything, because even with content, like, for example, I could have, like, I requested to stream snipe him, and he said, sure, come on. But even that, if my little brother didn't encourage me to go do that, I wouldn't have done that. And then if I didn't talk about content on that stream, and he and his community didn't say, oh, you should stream for sure, I wouldn't have done that. If I didn't start streaming, I wouldn't have watched Dave Bull as much. I'm a Dave Bull fan, and he's become a good friend, but if I wasn't streaming, I wouldn't have watched, because I wanted to watch other streamers I respect, how they do it. How do they do their craft? How do they plan their things? How do they... And so, had I not watched Dave Bull stream so much, I wouldn't have learned about the Road to Sata, because it was a casual mention one day. If I never read the Road to Sata, I would have never started walking more. I would have never done the Tokaido project. I would have never finished the Tokaido project, which, you know, gained Dave's trust, or, like, I don't know if admiration is the right word. Respect, I suppose. And then, based on the success of that, the personal success of, okay, I can do this 25-day trip, let's do a 125-day trip. I I was able to do the big walk. So it's absolutely mind-boggling sometimes. Cause a drop. No, the Osaka thing, just no one wants to go to the Osaka Expo. If that's what we're talking about. 0 to 30 years, yeah. Little things. Thanks, JP. Have a good one. Take care. Nah, it's tourism is still up. Osaka Expo is just thing. Believe it or not, Lyle and you are the first ones I've seen on the internet mention it. But so many little things. Ice oishishou ne. So ne, Pon-Pon-san. アイスクリーン、ちょっと古いのスタイルでしょ。But it's a whole again, it's a whole crazy little thing of like, because then that's the same thing too. Like if I wasn't successful. Because I told Dave, I was like, I'm going to walk to Kyoto. And he's like, haha, okay, cool. Let me know when you get back type of thing. Kind of like almost jokingly. Because a lot of people talk about doing stuff and then relatively few people do stuff. And so when I did it and finished it and, came back and he's like, okay, you did it. That's cool. Like, so then from there we became, friends. So... it had my... Oh, okay, hold on. That's a longer message. I'm going to need to read that. I wanted to submit yours and Lyle, and I thought it was sweet from you to be that for him and made me feel grateful for the people similar to you in my life and for me to have that person for the other people. Lots of emotions. Yeah, no, again, when he first came to Japan this last time, I really didn't know how it was going to be. I knew he and I, vibed pretty well, but I didn't know as far as, a travel. I've never traveled with a friend. I've traveled for work and I've had work friends and we had to use a hotel together, but walking all day, spending all day together and then spending pretty much 5 days completely together. It's a lot to do. So what if he was a bad roommate? I was actually low-key worried about farting or snoring or something, but turned out to be okay. I'd never heard of the expo before, Osaka Expo, only because I have an interest in Japan. Is it really that large? The World Expo is a pretty large event. Yeah. They usually have them in, I think that Dubai's had a couple of them. Osaka had one a while back. But a lot of the companies pulled out of the Osaka Expo because they're like, yeah, we're not interested anymore. Traveling friends or serious friends? Exactly. It's very hard. He'd probably love it if he did. Nah, I don't think so. I will say there's one time well, it's also kind of interesting too because we took baths together twice, and that's something I think a lot of Westerners I'm pretty chill with it now, but a lot of people don't like doing with their friends. You can fart on traveling friends? Yep. A terrible roommate. I was lodging with my friends during my month in Japan, and I sleep talk every night and get jump scares all the time. My sleep quality is dog. Yeah, I'll be honest. You know what's kind of crazy? Whenever I'm above 125 kilograms, I snore. And whenever I'm below 125 kilograms, I don't snore. Or above 125 kilograms, I snore fairly loud, and then below 125, because I have a sleep recording app sometimes, and it's stark difference, just the 5-6 kilogram difference. I haven't met Pakistani people in Japan. I have met a couple of Pakistani people. I teach English, but I don't teach from a book or anything. I help, mainly my job is to help people change from Japanese companies into international companies. Or get promoted up in Japanese companies where they're international facing. or people who want to move abroad. I help them with like a little bit more functional or real life skills. Oh crap. Mustache-kun betrayed us. I'll have to rinse this out at the hotel later. It's pretty good. You connect with your students? What do you mean by connect? I usually don't take students if I don't think I can. One, if I don't think I can help them. Or two, if like there's a difference between being like, because some people have ridiculous expectations, and I'm like, nah, I can't help you. Like no amount of money will help. Like people are like, they're like, I need to be fluent in a month, and I'm like, you're not even conversational, so no, I can't help you. I'm not even going to entertain the thought. Just managing expectations. Oh, shit.今日はとっても天気が良くて気持ちがいいね。Yep. だよね。晴れ最高ですね。Yep. 外でアイスいいね。日本天気今日は良さそう。うん。I have cool teacher-student experiences. Yeah. I mean, the problem, the issue too is like, oh crap. There's a certain level of like, because a lot of my clients are business people, and so I want to maintain. Oh crap, that's gonna be soggy. You have to draw the line between professional and friend. Because with kids, that's easy. You know, if they're a kid, you're not going to actually be their friend. Like, as an adult, you really shouldn't be. You know, you can be a mentor, you can be a teacher, but like, you know, and you can have like an interest in like their lives, but you know, as far as real friendship, like hanging out after class, like that's an absolutely fucking no. But as an adult, and you know, in a country where drinking culture is pretty common, you know, going out for a beer with a student or, you know, izakaya or whatever, those things can happen. So how do you, you know, where do you draw the line of, you know, which student, because it is too, if I have 20 students and I only drink with one of them, then that's not, and the other students are like, oh, you go drinking with that guy, why don't you go drinking with me? And then it's a whole thing. So at certain times you have to just be like, nope, sorry, to remain equal and professional to everybody, no drinking. If you happen to be in Ebisu, or you happen to be in Shibuya, or you happen to be in Shinjuku, you know, wherever I'm at, and you want to come hang out, sure, let me know, but... Animation, that's cool. What's up, Kita? Welcome in. Big bite, yeah, I had to finish it. It was all like gusha gusha, it was all sloppy. Kochi, India, there we go. 25, one of the hottest days we've had so far. 27 yesterday. Even right now, I'm sweating my ass out my pitch black room. Here's an animation I did. Oh, that's cool. Finally installing AC for the first time in my life in my house. Nice. 42? That's pretty awful. It's a dancing pug meme. Yeah. Summer is approaching and cicadas should be back in season. They will be back in season soon, eh? But that also means rainy season's coming up, which is awful. Okay, I need to find a hotel for tonight. I saw one for 5,000 yen. I don't know if it's still around. It's not close to the station, that's the problem. It's like 10-20 minutes from the station at least. What is this? Bed and dormitory, 4,100. I don't think so. Am I really gonna book the same hotel I did last night? $39.2. That's awful. You guys have my condolences. RIP to electricity bills. Horimayabashi guest house. Nope, that is a. I don't mind paying, you know. But for some of these places, it's like you get a capsule and it doesn't really change anything. I need a hotel room, an actual hotel room. How close is that to the station? Still pretty close. What time is check-in? 40 degrees Celsius. Check-in's at 6. Out is at 11. We'll be leaving early. We'll be getting up early. Car's at 8, so it means I gotta leave at 7:30. Whoa, 4,320. Smoking? I don't want a smoking room. Kyuhebe. How big is that? 10 meters? 9 square meters? How far is this to the... Directions... Toyota... Rent-A-Car... Kochi... 10 minutes. Okay. Alright. I think we just booked this one then. Today's Thursday the 15th. Bruh. $5.15 Shukuhaku Ippaku. That's my name. Okay, mother, today, 4 o'clock, Sensei Martian. Okay. Let's go. 予約申し込みが完了しました。Thank you, Vivid. Sorry about that. Sorry, wait, hold on. I was making a reservation. My apologies. Chico Newbar, I'm leaving. It was so cool to chat with you, especially after watching the event. Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you. It's 1 a.m. East Coast. I'm about steaks. Go, dude. Thank you. Chronicle Online since 2013. Vivid, thank you. Have a good night. Cool. Hoteru yoyaku okay. Yep. Hoteru yoyaku kanyo shimashita. I think we're gonna get lunch and then probably call it. Tomorrow, like I said, stream's gonna start early. Car at 8. Stream's probably gonna start. I don't know if I'm gonna start stream as I'm going to the car place or if I'm gonna start it right after I rent the car. Hola, what's up, Max? Welcome in. Yeah, and then we'll go up to the Scarecrow Village, maybe drive around a bit, other places, and then come back to Kochi, hopefully see that garden over there, and then, yeah, that'd be that. Let's skedaddle. Always remember your trash. Cool. Hands are a bit sticky, but that's to be expected after ice cream. Are you on vacation or do you live there? I live in Japan. I don't live in this town, but I live in Japan. Do a quick little sweep. Got everything. There is indeed. Have you been to Kyoto? It's nice. I have been to Kyoto. I haven't spent much time in Kyoto, but I've walked across a lot of Kyoto Prefecture. I guess let me rephrase that. I haven't spent a lot of time in Kyoto City, but I have spent a lot of time outside of Kyoto City in Kyoto, walking the northern length of it, pretty much. Personally, I don't find myself going to Kyoto City anytime soon. There's just too many people. Too many people, price is too high. Too many different places to go explore that I think I would probably like a bit more. But Kyoto does have a lot of cool stuff. A lot of cool temples and things. Somehow Kyoto feels more full than Tokyo. It's because Kyoto was not designed for that many people. Tokyo and Osaka were designed for large amounts of people. Or like rebuilt to be a bit more. It's kind of difficult to maintain historical or cultural setup while also accommodating for very large amounts of tourism. But in Tokyo and Osaka, like, they're already giant cities designed to house millions of people. So What's for lunch after ice cream? I don't know, we're gonna walk around a bit. Do I get well along with the language? Well enough. Well enough to have conversations and manage all the logistics and everything by myself. I'm still improving, but I think that's kind of the beauty of it. A lot of stuff takes time. But I've made more improvements in the last year than I did the last year than I did the previous, 2 or 3 years probably combined. Now we're at the point where we're learning a lot more just by chatting and talking and interacting. We're just gonna mosey until we find something cool, I think, for lunch. There's also a massive area you can get that same creme feeling in Tokyo. Yeah. I love hanging out with Dave and going to Dave's shop, but I really don't like getting off at Asakusa Station. That's why we get off at Tawaramachi now. We walk north. A little bit more of a walk, technically speaking, but it's significantly less crowded. Like, not even close. Also, if we're feeling for a cheeky slice of pizza, we just run down to Maple Pizza, which is like 2 or 3 minutes from Tawaramachi Station, depending on which side you get out. You have a go-to food in Japan? A few people on the streets? Yeah, we're in a smaller city. My go-to is probably tonkatsu or katsudon, some form of pork cutlet with rice. It just depends. Honestly, wouldn't mind Indian curry right now too. I know it's not a Japanese food, but it is my favorite food. A good spinach curry, a good butter chicken curry. The Ryoma face. Huh. Cuts are so good, yeah. Here is the lifeblood of the Japanese locals that I watch. I don't know about that. Curry rice is like I think probably beef bowls are like the real staple. I'm going to go this way. Beef bowls curry rice is definitely up there, but recently curry rice has also gotten a bit more expensive at the curry rice places. Kokoichi, Gogo Curry. It's like 1,000 yen for a plate. Double, almost triple what it'd cost for that's nice. This place is expensive though. Expensive for lunch. Irish pub. Amontillado. It looks pretty closed. Bat Terrace. Second floor. Closed. Tosa Ishiba. Fish market. Oh, there's the Irish pub. Good cooler, gets gel packs in the trunk, swap your gel packs out. Hey, there's Mr. Donut. That looks familiar. I wonder if there is a curry place in town. That was the battery. So that battery is about 4.5 hours under current charging ways. What is the best donut chain to try in Tokyo? I mean, it's just Mr. Donut. As far as donut chains, there's only 2 really. Mr. Donut, as far as chains, Mr. Donut and Jack in the Donuts. But Jack in the Donuts, there's only a handful of places. I'm Donut is another one, but that's, don't waste your time. Closes at 3. We're running into that, aren't we? What's behind us? There's an Indian restaurant behind us. Check out the menu. They look super great. Randy's Donuts. Open location in Japan today. Interesting. Saw a lot of homeless people there last night. Randy's Donuts. What's the location of that? Or what like station? Oh, look at this. This is oita masas. Oita karage. Interesting. Katsuo. Agidel. Agidel. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna guess like I don't know, it could either be like, I don't think it's Akiba. Don't think it's Ueno. Don't think it's Tokyo. Shibuya, Daikanyama. Oh, okay, Daikanyama. That's over where our interesting, they're not going to get a bunch of foot traffic over that way. That's over kind of where our Danish shop is. Our Danish shop is also in Daikanyama. It's pretty good. Omrice set. Tokyo. Warabi mochi. What's your experience with people that stay in the internet cafes? What do you mean, like the people who live there full time? I don't personally know anybody that I like lives there full time. I'm not familiar. I've seen them, I've chatted with a couple people, but I know one of my early streams we tried to stream from one, and I can't imagine like being there full time. I mean, eventually you probably get used to it. It's probably a lot like living in a dorm, like a very small dorm room. Nine-minute walk from Ebisu. Oh, so it's right there by the... So it's just north of the... It's probably near the frijoles, huh? Or it's just north of the... What's it called? That supermarket there. I can't think of... Peacock. These weirdos looking at the school uniforms. Korean fried chicken. Dormy Inn locations are pretty good. Dormy Inns are pretty good, but recently they've gotten a bit expensive. second floor. Oh, it's in the back. They don't have dining. I wonder where that Indian place is. Dormy Inns are pretty good though. Most of them have hot springs. They're not natural hot springs, but they are hot springs. That's too much of an increase. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely check it out. Like, check out pricing. Again, it used to be a lot cheaper. That's, I mean, but again, I'm thinking Japanese prices to Japanese salaries. They're not like bad. I wouldn't. I mean, they're just not my top choice anymore. Ooh.
でも出したことないが今までの人生の中で絶対そうだよ今までの人生の中でそうそうそうそうだから言うのも言うのもや
バジル唐揚げ I guess you just go down the line, huh? You have to get drinks here. Skewers? Nah, it's just karage. They have a couple of skewers. Holiday Inn was $300 for a Friday Saturday. That's pretty nuts. Your restaurants provide free Wi-Fi. Depends on where you're staying at. I would say a fair amount of chains. A lot of local places are not going to.
ちょうど当たるわ。そうそうそう。大丈夫です。あ、恐れ入ります。どっちが経済効果あるのかバカだるやい。でもやっちゅうがね。アホだろお前。
喋ったりして。
そこから見たらいいね。ちょっといいです。見よってやってる。
The Wagyu? I don't see too many Wagyu. I guess maybe over there was Wagyu. I didn't really pay attention. Okay. We got different forms of karage. Basil, salt, teriyaki, and something. Yamajo? Yamaki? Maybe Yamashiki? We'll walk around. There's more there's more stuff around here. Have to film a little bit more. Shopping district? It's not really a shopping district. It's more of like a... It reminds me a little bit of like a night market. Like... It's cold. This piece is cold. Not like frozen, but unforgivable. Well, the good news is it's pretty tasty. So maybe slightly forgivable. The Asakusa Underground, it's similar. It's very similar. It's all cold. It's a polydactyl. Bob Ross of Japan. Dave's pretty cool. I like Dave a lot.
会社に対して言える言葉もね、これはね、組織として言うと意地もない。ない。言えることがなければこうしてくれば言えることない。ない。本当に。
I think he was doing a print. Looks like me going into a portal, no?
そうよ、そういうこと。そういうことです。さようなら。ね。ありがとうございます。はい。まだ行かなかった。はい。覚えとってよ。長いぐらいなんだ、覚えとって。はい。はい、まだね。まあ、そこなんですね。言うからにはのことをせないから。できてない。まあ言うたらね、今、判断するから。 まあカツオエイトハンドするからできてないの。負担を減らしてるんです。じゃあこれをつけたら分かる。だから僕したいようにしてみんやね。そのしたいようにしたときに、じゃあ例えばね1年猶予やる。そこで例えばそのいいよ年間平均1人前の飛び込みやる。取れんかったね。会社としてそこに経費都合上ある。取れんかった。取れんかった。自分で会社でそうやろ。終わらせたかった。そういうのがだからそれがね、いやいや会社にそうやって言われる。いや僕は
You're in Kochi? I am in Kochi.
言うよ。
ミロク。
自分が自腹分の覚悟もないやんか。ね。不良在庫終わらすことに関してもないやんか。いやこれもじゃあ給料から引いてやる。そんな覚悟ないよなお前。何をしようこれをしようかっていうまず段階にならんじゃん。持っての方がよ。どう考えても知らんでも。
I don't know what Miroku. Oh, go to the factory? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. They don't like doing tours and stuff, especially of those things, is probably highly restricted over here. I mean, you can ask, but it's very unlikely.
じゃあ例えばね、大さんお出るからおらんし、ね、すぐならじゃあないなのかい？ね、いや公表する。こういう理由で三浦はやめますと。お客さんに回すって僕は全部。実はこうでしたと。ね。そうやろ？これで言うよ。じゃあね。全然かもってない。全然かもってない。僕はみんなの意見にちゃんと従う。そりゃそうや。みんなで話す編集や。これが僕の意見だけを通すということはいかんというまでみんなのそうやろ。言えないのね。僕は一つだけ言うね。絶対これは三浦君に限らずね、現場におるに対しては言うことが一つだ。僕は何があっても現場の味方や。
Might as well ask. I mean,
会社はどうも誰がないのが僕は現場
maybe, but I mean, and also if you don't speak fluent Japanese, they're probably very, very unlikely to entertain it. But especially weapons and stuff, even like, I don't know, weapons is such a very sensitive thing over here.
できてないもんカバーができない。
Unless you're like a big, but even a big YouTuber, I don't think they'd say yes to it. Can't show gun on Twitch? No, that's not true. You can show guns on Twitch, but it has to be in, like, It has to be like at a shooting range. I forget. There's certain rules. Because obviously with gun, like, I mean, shit, you can do Grand Theft Auto stuff. But there are very strict rules you have to follow.
そんなことある？いや、僕もそうよ。
I'm pretty sure I've seen someone go to the shooting range in like Las Vegas or something and stream it. I mean, that was years ago though, so.
そうよ。埋めるものないよ。そもそも。だからもう落ちてもらうっていうよ。ていうか申し訳ない。課長すらいた。もう平に落ちてもらう。っていうかもう早期食卓になってもらおうかと思う。
A lot of Tarkov streamers have guns in their background.
けど全部今の時点でひろみさんと川崎君も言ってくれた。今日相談したら2人。けどね、川崎君とひろみさんがね、裏側いけるかいって言ったら2人とも。 スムーズにいける。問題ないじゃん。そんなって思われちまう。なんだ。 それをほら、家で一人でそうやってできるな、絶対。だから会社に。
It comes down to if you're brandishing it or being an idiot while handling it, yeah. Like I said, the big thing for over here in Japan, it's just like companies just don't do like unless it's like an established company that does tours. Like they're not gonna do tours. Like that's the big thing. Is like so if you go to like Suntory, Ebisu, like they have tours. They have little things you can do. But if it's outside of that, they're not going to do that. It's just not how that works. Unless you're like, again, unless you're way high up in a gun company or some shit like that. Hey, what's up, Komi Seikasu? How are you? Again, please ask. If you're really interested, please ask. But just be prepared for a pretty solid no. I'm doing alright. Just enjoying a bit of a karage lunch at a market. I had the interview yesterday. Nice. Fingers crossed.
特別サービスあった特別サービスあったすごい。よかった。
Dude, this guy's a hoot. Flirting with anything that moves past him.
ゆきちゃんどうしたの？あ、そうなの？コンビニや。コンビニや。
This is a very nice comment. This is incredible, man. Just found your content today, and I really hope your channel explodes. Me too, bud. Me too. Komi, did they tell you? Did they give you like a approximate heads up for when to expect results? Not literally explodes. No, I know what we know what he meant. He meant like the positive growth, quickly grow, go viral multiple times over. I need to finish posting those shorts. 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days. I'd probably. Oh wait. Let's see. What day is it for you to? Oh, so they'll let you know by the end of the week. Because there's no, I'm trying to think, there's no holidays this week. Yeah, so they'll let you know by the end of this week probably. A group thing? Oh, gross. Group interviews are disgusting for teaching stuff. If it's a job that maybe you have to teach, well, I guess it depends on how many positions. I don't know. I get, if I ever have to do a group thing, I don't know, maybe I'm just getting old, but I don't want to do any of those anymore. There's a lot of like interview styles I would refuse nowadays. Again, maybe I'm just getting, maybe I'm the problem.
ペダ気をつけて帰ってよ。ありがとう。みんな頼むね。
それは無理。
あまあまあ。
まだや。
僕そこから乗るとエレベーターに。まあ、お疲れです。お疲れです。お疲れです。
Cool. It's for an ALT role, but only plan to do that specifically for year 2 and then see if I can get a direct hiring role out of school or look into other industries. Had a few community interviews. It happens a lot more when you have multiple companies invest in a large project. I think, so Jabberwocky, I like I said, I think I quickly backtracked. Group interviews or committee interviews are fine, but for teaching, I struggle to see how group interviews, if what Sorry, dude, this camera situation is very annoying. I've talked to Eric about it. But what they'll do is they'll have like a handful of teaching candidates, and they'll be like, sometimes they have like, if there's 5 candidates and there's 5 roles, and then it's more about where you go versus what you're doing. Like everybody has a job, but then like whether you get put to Tokyo or you get put to Kashima or something like that is completely dependent on that situation. So I don't know, it just depends. But again, for like projects, analysts working together as a team, sure. But a lot of times with teaching, unless it's like, I guess with the ALT thing, unless like if you're working with a couple different teachers, maybe. But like Kodomo Eikaiwa, where it's one teacher per classroom period, there's no reason to have group, in my opinion, no reason to have group interviews in that situation. I'm trying to find the trash can. Wait for her to come back, I guess. Dude, the mosquitoes have been eating my, like I have so many bites on my lower arms only. Not on my upper arms, not on... It's not bad enough that I should be like lighting coils in the hotel room. I don't even know if I can light coils in the hotel room without getting in trouble. I was involved in a pending lawsuit. It's equivalent to smoking. Actually, that is probably right. That's my fault. I should have yelled. If I get sick today, it's because of that chicken. It's eating that cold chicken that's been left under the heat lamp. It wasn't actually eating it up. Ah, I see. So it wasn't really it was more of an orientation than a group interview. I've heard of like horror stories where they'll have a handful of candidates and they'll be like, this happens. What do you do? And then they like proceed down the line and you're just like, That's ridiculous. Because then someone gives a great answer. Like it is like if I'm first and I give a great answer, then everyone's gonna be like, oh shit, dude, that guy fucking crushed it. Do I just copy this guy's answer? Like. Disney, instrumental Disney covers. Never mind. It's not. First, it sounded a little bit like A Whole New World. I'm back. What's up, Taylor Venus? How you doing? What do we have to? We just finished lunch. Kinda just chilling. The hotel, I can't get to the hotel for the next 38 minutes. Impressive mustache, by the way. Thank you. I've been thinking about trimming it. Brain mush from studying. It's definitely a whole new world. But it's not a one-for-one. Next one's a one-on-one interview, and then I find out if I got the job. Also prepping for another company too that's hiring ALT. I'm at the final stage of that one and have to prepare some documents as well as a pre-recorded demo lesson prior to booking the one-on-one interview. Yeah, well, fingers crossed. Hope everything goes well. I had one thing early in my career where they put everyone that came to apply for a job in the auditorium and just start eliminating people who asked some questions to the whole crowd. Went from 250 to less than 20 real quick. I mean, I get that, I guess, but it's also pretty shitty. I don't know. I've been on and off lurking, trying to fix my suicide job after doing an internship, running the front desk over the night shift. Not a whack, but on the plus side, I see a few streamers based in Japan in the early AM hours EST. Thank you for coming in. Always good to see you, Tekanoff. We've been getting a lot of traction from the Lyle video that Lyle posted with us, which has been super cool. Because, again, I've talked about this before, like, just doing collabs doesn't always matter or count. But, like, we got a lot of followers when we we're streaming with Lyle, and then we've gotten a ton of followers from just him mentioning me on his YouTube video. So, like, it's cool when crossovers have similar audiences. And Lyle and I don't have a one-for-one audience, because again, like, but I think there's a lot of people that just want to chill and hang out and, you know, occasionally, you know, chew the fat, shoot the shit. Did you see the absurd numbers Midnight Sumo got after you raided into him? Midnight Sumo's been pretty big for a while. For my demo lesson, I have to do a very short Jiko Shokai, and I know a bit of a Japanese sign language. I may sign some of it too. I don't recommend that. It was for some setup, takedown for a film. You had to be able to troubleshoot certain equipment. The reason I say that, Komiseikatsu, it's same with Japanese. If you do something in Japanese, they are going to expect you to match that level. Maybe not all, but seems like a lot of the quote-unquote smaller streamers based in Japan are pulling a ton of people lately. Midnight Sumo's been giant. Midnight Sumo's giant. He's a very large streamer anyway. He runs his channel 24 hours, but during the basho, it's always like minimum 3,000 people. He's a huge streamer when it, like, non-basho times, he's a pretty consistent streamer. Like, you know, his numbers and his community, if he's playing Pokemon or whatever, a couple hundred, few hundred. But anytime there's an actual tournament going on, it's like at minimum 3,000. Or, like, I guess depending, early in the day it's probably 1.7, 2,000, but he's huge. It's really cool to see. I personally wish that there was a better way. I mean, I wish that ESPN or someone like that had access to broadcasting that, and he had like an actual gig, or even with Abema or someone, that he got to fly out and do English commentary. 5,000 was no. He's had thousands for a long time. At least 2 years ago, when I did my Tokaido trip, because I was walking in November, and then they had a basho in November, and he was pulling, even 2 years ago, I think he was in the 1.7 to 2,000 range. No, he's big time. He's been big time for a while. Which is, I mean, he's incredible. His community is, I think as far as communities go, I think as far as knowledgeable communities where everyone's chill, it's like Midnight Sumo and Japanese printmaking are super, super knowledgeable about their own. Because that's the thing, if Midnight Sumo doesn't know something about it, someone in chat definitely does, for the most part. Midnight Sumo's chat commands are, dude, he must have like a flow chart or something taped to his wall, because he's got chat commands for virtually every rikishi in the whole tournament, pretty much, or past ones, or announcers, or commercial people. I mean, I really respect the Midnight Sumo's channel and his breakdown of stuff. There's a streamer right there. He's doing a phone stream. Fellow streamer? Yeah. Sorry, talking about other streamers. A lot of people find that against etiquette. No. I'm a big fan. I don't mind. Again, I don't really mind talking about other streamers as well. But if I don't personally know them, I find it hard to talk about them, because like someone will ask me about Rob, or someone will ask me about Sea-Dog, or even Pete, and I'm like, yeah, I know of these people, but I have no I've shook Rob and Pete's hands twice. I met Sea-Dog once. You know, like I don't know. I have no connection with. I don't watch them very much. I watched Rob's like first or second cyclothon 2023 cyclothon I watched because I was like, this is pretty cool. I could like, if I walked to Kyoto, that would be a cool little thing to do. But post meeting him at his maid thing, I didn't do. You kissed the ring? Not yet. I'll probably never kiss the ring. I'm never gonna talk shit, but I need to be careful about. The more I get involved with stuff, the more I realize that like it really doesn't matter what you do. It's much more who you know or networking, which is fine. It is what it is. That's life. But putting out stuff that's on par, if not higher quality, than a lot of popular streamers based in Japan. That's why Dave, I'm kind of surprised. I know he lets Straight Edge Dude do his VODs, but like, if Dave wanted to, he could have a VOD channel, and it would do just fine. It's funny you're talking about standing in line for donuts in Tokyo was Drew. Someone's over about the new donut place, Randy's Donuts. Who is that? Well... Oh, is it Rob? Ah! That's a rookie mistake, Rob. Because it's not going anywhere. Like I stood in line when I first started streaming. I did the Shake Shack or the In-N-Out pop-up, but waiting in line for a donut. I mean, again, it doesn't matter. He could literally film himself waiting in line at a porta potty, and he would have enough people to do a job. Or be networked. A lot of other streamers do the same thing. Sea-Dog Pete. Well, it's Pete. Sea-Dog has been popular for a while. I need to see how he got started. But no, Pete is a classic example of while he's incredibly talented, it's getting plugged into the right communities. And then once you get to those big communities, like it's just anyone can become famous if you're plugged into those. I think he showed up and there's a good 50 people in line already. Oh, I guarantee it. Pete is a smooth talker. He can be. He's a theater kid. I like Pete's streams a lot. And he's generally a good dude, but I've talked with like Ian about this. I've talked to some other people about it who are much more in the know, and it's like, yeah, without Chris's help and then in turn Sea-Dog's help, like a lot of people would not be where they are today. A lot of people. That's why they call it the broad bump. Anytime you're on Chris Broad's show, like anyone gets a noticeable bump. Pete is an example of maximize the opportunities you get. Yes, 100%. That's why I don't. Like he's incredibly talented as a broadcaster, as like an announcer. He's Jason Bateman in Dodgeball levels of announcer. But the stark reality is that like that's another thing. It's both like when I look at the data, like I'm very happy that he got where he is, but it's also like very refreshing because it's like, okay, he's incredibly talented, but at the same time his numbers were the same until he got somewhere. So it's like, it doesn't matter how talented you are, you're ultimately playing fixed set rule games. You mentioned you had some formal experience in radio? Interesting. He's been here for 14, 15 years. He's what, 42? 43, 42? Him and Paul are about the same age. Paul's gonna, I was watching his stream a little bit yesterday. Paul's gonna turn 43 this year. Radio shock jock without the shock part. Yeah, he well, like I said, his setup is incredible too. He's got a lot of really talented people in his community who help out a lot. That's kind of the bigger you get, the more talent you attract, both in the same like support. Support can be monetary. Support can be animations or emotes. Support can be mods. Support can be whatever it is, you know. So. Getting a thought out very quickly and concisely. It's very much a radio thing, I think. I think the running joke is his intros last like an hour and a half because he just yaps a lot, which is what I do too. I don't know. It's interesting to see like people on and off camera, and like Dave. That's why I like Dave so much, because Dave is the exact same on or off camera. Maybe a few bad words off camera, but generally speaking, he's the exact same. But when you meet some of these other people, it's like, oh, there's very much like an on-off switch. And that's one thing I think I kind of struggle with is like, do I need to develop a kind of a personality, or is it okay to just be, you know, can Sensei Martian and Jason be the same person? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, once you get plugged into certain communities, I mean, that's how you grow your audience, and then based on that you do other collabs, and particularly with Twitch and YouTube, that's very much how it is. I think on Instagram and TikTok you can get really viral. Like one of my favorite Instagrammers, I say favorite's a strong word, but a guy that I've watched for a long time, his name is Caleb Francis. He goes by Grizzly Puncher on Twitch. Super popular on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, but then you watch him on Twitch and it's like 30 people on Twitch. But then you watch, it's the same stream, he's co-streaming on TikTok and it's 6,000 people on TikTok. Or like 5,000 people on Instagram Live or whatever. So it's just very interesting to see how like one platform you can be an absolute killer at, and then another platform be pretty much dead at. Whoever kind of sells himself, so he doesn't have to really sell a personality, but he has a personality, definitely charming, channeling Bob Ross energy. Well, I've said before, I mean, his insight into both things Japan and, I mean, definitely printmaking, of course. Anything paper, print making, woodblock carving, business owning, taxes. Those are very specific. And that's one thing I think I have a slight advantage on some of those things is because I've done a lot of my own business tax situations and, you know, self-sponsoring visas and stuff like that. And especially the next couple of years as I self-sponsor my next visa and then self-sponsor the PR visa, like that's very valuable information that not a lot of people have. So being able to talk about those things and anecdotally, but also in a way that's like, this is what I did, these are the steps you could take. But like even yesterday, talking to the bamboo guy, like the conversation I had with Naoishi-san is a far different conversation than like another larger creator might have, just because of the experiences. Because as soon as I started talking about like how I work and walk, he's like, "That's really cool. I wish I could do that." He's like, "I want to go for a walk." He's like, "Maybe not a walk. Maybe I just rent a camper van." But I've thought about it too, going and working with Murata-san in Paper Village, Maybe working with this guy, making hats and stuff. Who knows? Anyway. I think that's one thing I really like about Cameraman Paul's streams, is because Cameraman Paul has more of like an insight on the tech side of things. The tech, and then he also has a lot, I mean, he's got a storied experience of, you know, being on singing shows and doing all sorts of stuff. Actual life things, which I really like, I really respect. See if we can find a trash can. Need to catch more of Cameron Paul for tech insights. The cool thing, it's not like constant tech insights, but it is like someone will ask him a question. Like yesterday, he was talking about, someone asked why his stream looks so good, and he goes, "Well, I output in D-Log, 10-bit D-Log, and then on his OBS, he has a filter that's been color graded based on that D-Log." So that's pretty neat. Like, you know, that I would guess he's probably the only IRL streamer that has done that specific. You know, he has Kurosawa mode, which is black and white mode. I've seen a few streamers mess around with that, but as far as the 10-bit D-Log into a color grade thing on OBS, a filter, I've never heard of another IRL streamer doing that. An open air mall, kind of, yeah. So it's a shopping mall. Let's hope this doesn't break. Please don't break. Please don't blow up. So it's a shop. It's not a shopping mall. It's like it's a market. This. Nice. So there's a lot of them close at 3 o'clock. We've just been chilling. But there's some actual fish places down there. There's some eateries on this little block. So the place behind me, the place over here serves whale and katsuo type of fish. This place over here had highballs and fish stuff. That place is raw fish, not eatable, but raw to buy. That place is omiyage style fish packages. Maybe way down there you can buy some fruit, maybe? What is that? Looks like some sort of melon down there. Hi, onegaishimasu. Hi, arigatou gozaimasu. Ah, すいません、ごめんね。There's a Korean grocery chain in a lot bigger city near. It's called H Mart. I've never been to one a couple years ago, but they have a section with restaurants that kind of look like this with tables and a few restaurants of various Asian foods. That's kind of probably what it is. It reminds me of a couple of different markets. It has a food court in the middle. Like the one in, like, there's underground malls and stuff, like in Asakusa and Shinjuku and stuff like that, but they don't have food court type things like this where you can sit and eat. unfortunately, that's probably going to keep happening until we. I'm going to go to the hotel and try to figure that out tonight. Okay. Just a reminder to anyone who's listening, tomorrow we are driving out to the Scarecrow Village. How big is this place? It's pretty big. Cool. All right. It's a school over yonder. Okay, gotta go this way. Very large square. Talking book in Braille library. That's the first time I've ever seen a Braille library in Japan. Science Museum is open. Toshokan is closed. Library is closed today. I wonder if Japanese Braille is different. I know Japanese Sign Language is different. I would assume Braille is different, but I also don't know. I don't know if some of those things are more universal because they were created later. Yeah, some of those Wikipedia rabbit holes get pretty, is that a Maserati? Way out here? Yes. Rev up to go down a shopping street. No, it's not just, I don't think it was just the braille part. I think it was, wow, that old guy didn't give a fuck. I think it's up to that one. Based on the original Braille script, though the connection is tenuous. Tenji dot characters, that makes sense. Oh wow. Dude, that's gotta be really tough. I think we can cross it. Because if it's all hiragana, katakana, then like context is going to be so. Because that's one thing I kind of like about Japanese is, you know, it can have the same reading but different kanji. Chikurinji. Alright, so I gotta get to work on some videos. Gotta work, actually first off we'll do my client's resume. So we can talk about that tonight. Did it really help when reading? Yeah, it's incredibly helpful. Even if you don't even know the full reading of it. Being able to see a kanji and be like, oh, that's what that is. 1, 2, okay. Fun fact, I've heard that British and American Sign Language is not really mutual intelligible. That's kind of crazy. You would think that that would be at least somewhat close. Or that there'd be like a standardized, well, I don't know. 1, 2, take a right. That's probably that building. Hair make, yeah, hair make studio. Like body make, like a gym, personal gym. Deaf British person on YouTube who had a channel about teaching sign, and apparently a lot of other deaf people accuse her of making things up because BSL is very different from ASL apparently. Dude, what like an allegation. I mean, I guess some people on the internet probably do make stuff up to just, but 55, huh? Get the channel or the name. Here's an elevator. I wonder if it's elevator to everybody or elevator just to some. There's probably an elevator in this building too. I need to just start calling some of these places because I'm paying $4,800 I think because I booked online. Parking in this hotel. Window up. Sit in the lobby if they don't check us in. Smoking.
Looks. First pizza I ever bought was at a supermarket. It was a little personal pizza. It had broccoli, onion, carrots, and broccoli, onion, carrots, cheese. That was it. Oh, and a little bit of shrimp. They had shrimp on it too. And you're just like, broccoli and corn doesn't belong on a pizza. But then you try it and you're just like, oh wow, this is kind of new. Like,
You know, another thing that I found very interesting about like the convenience store food here is like, okay, so in the States, you are not supposed to
you're
eat
gonna get the shit.
food
Yeah.
from 7-Eleven or
Yes,
from any other
yes.
convenience store. But here it's like the food is actually good.
Yeah, this is one thing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, what's your chef's recommendation
Okay, so
here?
I'm gonna get this so you can try it,
Ooh, thanks, man.
and then I'll drink what you don't drink. Oh, Calpis. Okay, Calpis. Oh, that's not the original. Calpis is like, it's kind of like a weird Gatorade, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Oh, that's this stuff.
Kind of. That's Toromitsu Ringo. So this is something honey apple. This is gonna be. This is Calpis. So Calpis is kind of like this, and then let's see if they have it. Oh yeah, down here. So Pocari Sweats.
Okay, so I was looking at that and I was
This
like, is
is
this
Gatorade.
water? Okay, so it's Gatorade.
Kind of.
Because I thought it was just like a weird water.
It's an electrolyte drink, but it's the name. I just.
Is it good? Is it like sugary and tasty?
It's not bad, but
Okay.
just the name is. I mean, if it's water or that.
Yeah, I feel like anything where like it says sweat, the name kind of turns
And
you
it
off a
looks
little
like
bit.
sweat. Like it looks like, oh, if I sweat a whole bottle, that's what it would look like.
Not bad. Where's the light for this place? Looks like a pretty decent sized tub. Not too bad. Nice. I like this layout of stuff instead. Foggy windows. Okay. Cool beans. Alright, tomorrow, Scarecrow Village. Make sure we're still live. Most Japanese people take baths, if I remember correctly. At their homes, yes. Stuff like this, probably not. Business hotels, usually no. I do, though. I sit in that tub. I fit like open can of biscuits in that thing. Yeah, I take baths. Pretty much every day. Not every day, but I would say 5 days a week I'm taking a bath. On the road as often as I can. Aircon, where are you at? 25. That's a bit too. This one. Cool. Cool beans. All right. How much is this hotel? $4,800. Had I called them, it would have been $4,500. Outside, it says $4,500 tax included. So, but I booked online. I mean, it is what it is. It's 100 yen difference, I think, or like a couple hundred yen, or maybe I need to go down there. Maybe it's 4,500 plus tax, which would be 49.50. So I think I probably paid 150 yen less. Okay, all right. That's all, folks. Yeah, I got to get some work done. I gotta. Why is that not stupid? There we go. I gotta look at that resume. I gotta figure out, or I gotta do days 6, 7, 8 videos. Have a good rest. Hope you get over with the resume review. He's been a client for like 4 or 5 years now. I've helped him with 2 or 3 job changes. He likes me a lot. I like him as a person a lot, but he's very... I don't know the right word. I don't know the right word to not sound... I don't want to say picky, but he's very specific. Have a good rest. Thank you. Everybody, thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to go right into Midnight Sumo. Again, anytime there's a basho, I pretty much always raid into him. So, we are 3 followers away from 10,000, which a lot of those are bot follows, but we'll still celebrate. I assume we'll hit it tomorrow. We might even hit it today after the raid. Who knows? Love everybody. Thank you so much. Makes money by taking the tax. I've had success with booking in Agoda, and I booked so many times that I have like so many points. I'm like platinum or genius status on one of them, so I get like 15% back sometimes, and that's pretty cool. But there's definitely there's tips and tricks to like hack it, but it really just depends. So. Thank you, Schneckenoff. Thank you, everybody else. Again, if you have any people that you want me to try and collab with, let me know. This is the year to... Hotel Ezi is rare in Shikoku? I don't know. You have to remember, this is my first time in Shikoku, and most... Oh, AZ? I saw a couple of Hotel AZs, but I haven't seen any since outside of Matsuyama. Right into Onigiri. See, she's too big. She's too big for... Like, Midnight Sumo, I know. He knows me. I know him. He's watched me a fair amount. Raiding into those big people, I always feel nervous about. Like even rating into Pete knows who I am, so I don't mind rating into him. But rating into like Sea Dog, he'd be like, "Who is this guy?" Or not even acknowledge it. So that's what I'm always terrified about. Like, not that I don't